A very warm welcome here from King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. We do have another exciting final day for you. This time it's the final day of the Polish Poker Masters. The main event was a 120 euro buy-in plus 45 euros for the bounty, so 165 euro buy-in total. And the tournament had a 300,000 guarantee. This was not met because there were 1,872 entries and 24 remain for the final. So this is not the final table. This is the final day. We still have 24 players in. And there's already activity on the YouTube chat only for Polish players. No, it's just the Polish Poker Masters. Anybody could buy in. So it was open for everybody. Yeah, so at the moment, everybody has locked up 655 euros plus bounties. And the winner will go home tonight with 17,700 euros plus bounties. So it is mystery bounties. We don't always see what they're actually drawing as the mystery bounties, but sometimes we do. So let's see. First of all, my name is Christin Maschmann. I'm here to lead you through this night and see it through until we have a winner. And please confirm in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat if you can hear me all right. And let me know where you're listening from. That's always quite exciting to know. Right, I will have some more information here on the players in a bit. I just want to make sure that we're technically all right. Okay, so kiss my ace. It means you can hear me, right? So, okay, my name is Christin Maschmann. Hang on, I can write some more information in here. All right, I haven't seen anybody yet on Twitch. I hope Twitch is working. So if you're listening on Twitch, just give me a live sign. No, not Maßmann. Maschmann. But I'm coming to you from Bangkok in Thailand, and one of my favorite dishes here is masaman curry, so that's quite fun. So I'm not at King's. There was a time during COVID 6 years ago when I was actually commentating from King's Resort up behind that wall or inside that wall that you see in the background there, and commentating straight from there. But now wherever I am, I come in and commentate. But yeah, anyway, so now that we're not seeing the chip count anymore, this is when I wanted to talk about it. So we do have our feature table here. Again, this is not the final table. The table average is a little more shallow than the rest of the tournament, so we might see a bunch of knockouts, but nobody is in absolute immediate danger. Wayne McGregor's with 10 big blinds, Michele 15, Rene 17, Leonardo 17, Barry 18. So they're all fairly short, but not that much in danger. And then we have the Universe, a player with the nickname the Universe, 24 big blinds, and then 2 big stacks with Abrechner and Ron Nissim. All right, we have a live sign on Twitch. Hi, Giorgio. Giorgio. Where are you from, Giorgio? Roy is watching from Holland. Nice. Okay, perfect. So you guys can hear me. The action has started. let's settle in for a nice evening of poker. Afternoon. It's evening for me. It's afternoon for you guys. It's very interesting. I looked up the players before, and again, I will introduce them a little more in a bit. The American player that we have here seems to be on a he's actually not at the table yet. It's crazy. There's a restart. He only has 10 big blinds, and he's not back at the table. So Wayne McGregor, it looks like he's on a flag hunt, on a Hendon Mob flag hunt, because he's been having a lot of caches around Europe recently, or like around the world really. And with this cache here, he actually gets his check flag as well. So I looked it up, and it means he has 33 Hendon Mob flags now. And that puts him in 12th place worldwide, tied with one other player. So pretty impressive stuff here. But he's not at the table. So that's also quite wild. But yeah, he probably just, okay, he got his cash. It's probably the main thing that he came for. But yeah, let's have a look at the other players. So we do have, obviously, at Kings, people can choose nicknames if they want. First of all, Roos. Hello from the Netherlands. Hello. Yeah, maybe he's gone to the next country. You know, that's it. All right. So basically, at Kings, you can choose nicknames. So we have a couple of players with nicknames, and that means that you're not able to look them up on Hendon Mob. That's mainly the reason why they do that with the nicknames. So we have in seat number 1 the Universe. He's not, obviously, can't find him. Seat number 2, so he's from Germany. Then seat number 2, also from Germany, is Abrechner. Also, obviously, we cannot look that up. Then in third place, in seat 3, we have Ron Nissim. He's listed as Portugal, but I couldn't find him in Portugal. I found him as Israeli, so I'm not sure if it's actually him. So no information here. Seat number 4, Barry Willems. We do have quite a bit of information on him. He has lifetime earnings of $30,000. So just to be clear, if you look stuff up on Hendon Mob, it's not always 100% accurate. People can have blocked stuff, or results aren't always correct. This is just what I found on hendonmob.com about the players. And yeah, Barry's biggest cash was $14,000. He had like 15 results all across Europe. Obviously, he does have a chance today to beat that. Then in seat number 5, we have Leonardo Ludovici from Italy. And his lifetime earnings are $52,000, and his largest cash was $30,000. He has 18 results, mainly at Kings. And then we have another Italian in seat number 6, Michele Serpilli, $4,800 lifetime earnings, and his largest cash was $1,500. So he has a good shot at beating his own record here. Seat number 7 is René Kusian from Austria. I have not found anything about him. And then, as I mentioned, in seat number 9, if he then shows up, Wayne McGregor from the United States of America, $168,000 lifetime earnings, largest cash $26,000, and yeah, 103 results all over the world. And this cash here in Czech Republic gives him his 33rd flag on Hendon Mob. Well done, very impressive. Yeah, he seems to be more caring about the the flag than making it further here. So he's not at the seat yet. But now we have action. Leonardo with Ace King and Ron with King Queen. And that's enough, okay. Yeah, it's interesting how they already put out all his time banks in front of his seat. Maybe he actually is not there anymore. Maybe he just blinds out. But that would be strange if you make it to the final day. No. I assume he's going to show up soon. All right, so far we have a bunch of people listening from the Netherlands. Are you guys rooting for the Dutch player as well, who's still in? Barry Willems? For those also that might not know King's Resort that well, so there's every week there's a different, almost every week there's a different tournament series happening here, tournament festival, and quite often it's organized by certain countries. So this one was like a Polish event powered by Stoss Game, and then sometimes there's German events, and they're all obviously powered by certain organizers. And then they have a theme of that country, basically. We are starting into the Dutch classics this week as well. So after the Polish Poker Masters, we do have the Dutch classics. So it's quite exciting how different countries celebrate their poker festivals here. But it's still open for everybody. Anyway, we do have an all-in and a call here. Pocket fours versus Ace King offsuit. All right, the fours are still ahead, but quite a good flop here for the Ace King. 2 overcards, straight draw. Now there's the chance to counterfeit the pocket fours. No, but the fours actually do hold a double up for René Kusian from Austria. Here's my ace says, I'm gonna bet the guy from the USA is not showing up. I'm not sure. I can imagine that he celebrated his 33rd flag and maybe he's just sleeping in. But yeah, it's strange that they already put out his time banks. That's just something that I've never seen before. So that almost tells me that they know that he's not gonna show up. But again, it would be really strange, right? If you make a final day in an event and then just like travel on to the next country to get the next flag. Maybe he really doesn't care about the money. There are people like that. All right. Still very quiet in the chats. So I will try preserve my voice a little bit because this could be a long one. But as you can see in the top right corner, you see where it says field. So only 23 players left. So we did already lose a player at one of the other tables. And now the Dutchman is all in. Yeah, there we go. All-in call. Barry Willems all in with ace-5 offsuit against René's king-queen offsuit. René just doubled up. Is there a chance for him to take somebody out? It looks very good. Flop 2 pair here. And very slim chances now for the Dutchman. Turn. 4 of spades. There is a spade in Barry's hand. No, but it doesn't come. Okay, we lose Barry Willems in 23rd place. That means he is taking home 655 euros. The pay jump is at 20, so still a couple places to go. And very good start here for the Austrian. Bodok says, is Romanian still left in this tournament? We don't know. We only know what is happening here at this table. But if you go on the King's website, King's Resort website, you can see who started today into the tournament. I can have a look if I see any Romanians on the list. Let's see. Oh yeah, so there definitely at least one. And he had quite a lot of trips as well, so I assume he's still in. Madalin Conel Petraru. So at least one Romanian. Yeah, that's it. There was one Romanian who started into the day. But I mean, he has a lot of trips. He's probably not the person who busted at the other table. Very welcome. Ace Queen offsuit for Ron. Michele with King Queen offsuit. All right. Here's the flop. Queen 5-6. Both players hit the queen. This can get very expensive for Michele. He only has 7.2 big blinds left, and I'd be very surprised if those chips don't go in just about now. There we go. Bad news for the Italian. And the next player at risk here. Only a king for Michele to survive. 2 outs. Oh, and there's one of them. Wow. 2 outer on the river for Michele Serpilli. Very unfortunate for Ron Nissim here. Suck out City. Right, so much action here. It's almost like one of those highlight videos. So much action, and I think our US American player is still not in his seat. No, his seat is still empty. Beautiful hand here. 8-9 suited. And nobody wants to play blinds and ante for Michele. Right, next hand. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. We do have an open raise from Ron from Under the Gun +1 with Jack 10 offsuit. Leonardo is thinking about it. Ace 9 offsuit. Nope. And René, who's running hot, has Ace 4 suited on the button. He's playing. And the universe in the big blind is defending. Three players to the flop. 9-6-7. Open ender for the universe. Inside straight draw for Ron. And not that much for René. By the way, I just want to warn you guys. I am German, and I do also do commentary here and there in German. So there is a certain danger that at some point I slip into speaking German. So if that happens, you have my permission to yell at me in the chat. It hasn't happened much, but I sometimes notice that I'm like very close to slipping into German all of a sudden. All right, 6, another 6 on the turn. The universe bets it. Germany. So just to get things rolling a little bit, if there's no poker happening like right now, you're welcome to ask me any questions. I've been working in the poker industry for almost 19 years. And I'm also living as a digital nomad. So I travel the world and work remotely. So there's a lot of stories to tell. If you have any questions about any of that, let me know. And as a proper digital nomad, I'm coming to you from Bangkok, Thailand right now. Three with 2 diamonds. Michele is ahead and wins the pot. Pocket Jacks. JJ for LL for Leonardo Ludovici. I saw a funny meme the other day on Instagram where like a guy is on a yacht drinking expensive wine, eating expensive food, and said, "My life after I started folding jacks pre-flop." I think we all have our stories with pocket jacks. But in this case, Leonardo wins the pot. All right, here's an overview of the blinds right now. As you can see, Wayne actually still is not in his seat. He's down to 5 big blinds now. Absolute shorty, and he's probably going to blind out. Leonardo with 18, Ron 20, The Universe 22, Michele 27, René 37, Abrechner 44. So it's not a very deep table, but we only have one absolute shorty, and that's the player who's not in his seat currently. This looks like an action hand developing here. The universe with Queen 9 suited. An open raise, an Abrechner with Ace King offsuit with a 3-bet from the button, and now Leonardo in the big blind finds pocket sixes. He has 16 big blinds left, but against the 3-bet here, yeah, that's, you have to let it go. Painful to let the sixes go here, but yeah, and even the Queen 9 of the universe are going into the muck. Pot for Abrechner. For Michele. From Abrechner in the hijack with pocket nines. Leonardo now on the button with ace 8 in hearts. He has 15 big blinds left and he's thinking about it. I would assume that Abrechner, probably being the chip leader here, is probably a fairly aggressive player, an active player. And if these players have played with him a while, they don't necessarily need to give him a lot of credit for the open from the hijack. So it's not surprising that Leonardo pushes here with ace 8 suited. And now René is looking at it, but it's a little less than half his stack with Jack Queen. I don't think he's gonna call this. Old. All right, but Abrechner is calling, so we are going to have an all-in here. Leonardo at risk and behind. And the flop. 3-7 deuce, 9 still ahead. 5 on the turn. Abrechner does have one of the nines in spades. Yeah, but he doesn't even need it. We lose in 22nd place the Italian Leonardo Ludovici. Still no pay jump. Oh, and sorry guys, I didn't even notice. The mods are showing up. Johan and Richard. Hi guys. Nice to see ya. Greetings from Bangkok. You followed my latest journey on Insta. Yeah, thanks. It was quite an adventure to get to Thailand, but now I'm actually going to be in Asia until March. So once you made this journey, then it's fine. But all right, another pot for Abrechner. What nice places you saw last month. Yeah, I'm actually. I originally had planned because I had to travel from Germany to Latvia, and first I thought I'm going to do the whole thing with trains, but in the end I was like, this is going to be too stressful. So I took a flight in the end, and then at least I did some sightseeing in Riga, and then I did one trip that actually dipped into Lithuania as well. So that was country number 57 then. And yeah, before that I was with my mom. I invited her to Prague for her 70th birthday. So Prague is just so stunning. So yeah, I've seen a lot of awesome places, and now it's more about like saving money again and quieting down a little bit. Oh, Johan, you're gonna play the Dutch classics. Nice. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, right. All right, we have two players here to the flop. 5-9 Jack, a king on the turn. So that is a straight for the universe. And Abrechner, yeah, as assumed, he's quite an active player. Why would you bet if you have an opponent like this who will do the betting? But do you see how deeply the universe is breathing? Very deep and slow breaths. This does show strength. Okay, never mind. He shows no more bet out of Abrechner here on the river. Altar raise. Yo, yo. Tuning in, we did have a player in seed 8/9 American player, Wayne McGregor, who has quite an impressive resume on Hand and Mop, and he seems to be doing a bit of a flag hunt at the moment. He has a lot of caches all around the world, and this one here in Czech Republic, he got the cache, gives him his 33rd flag, and that puts him in joint 12th place in the world for caches in the world. But he hasn't shown up to this final table. And he started with 10 big blinds. He was down to 5. I'm not sure if he still has chips left or if they already removed him. There's still a couple chips left there, but he still hasn't shown up. Another pot for the Austrian here. Says, I wonder what will happen to the mystery bounty of the absent player. Normally, your hand is dead when you're not at the table, or is the hand protected when he's automatically all in? No, he will be if you know, the blinds will come around and eventually he's all in, and then whoever wins that pot gets his bounty. Well, let's see if they go crazy, right? I mean, the thing is, this was the bounty part of the buy-in was 45 euros, so it's not going to be the absolute massive mystery bounty prices here, but it's something you have to consider if you're good at math. I'm not, but it's something to think about if you're considering calling an all-in. But in that case, as soon as the guy is all in the big blind, and there's not going to be a defend from him, this is going to be interesting to see how aggressive everybody else is going to go after that mystery bounty. All right, Mr. Kozapkapki, sorry, ask what BB means. That means big blind. So that's the forced bet you have to put in every round. It's just about the blinds were invented. So there's a small blind and a big blind, and they were invented basically so that there's always something to play for, because then you can't just sit there and wait for aces. Like every hand it goes around, and it's everybody's turn to pay the big blind eventually and the small blind. And there's also a big blind ante, so that's an extra amount you have to put in every round, and so you can't just sit and wait. You have to play a hand at some point. So now Abrechner actually made a flush on the river, but I don't think he's gonna get more value from Michele, but let's see. a little less than half pot. I don't think he's gonna call this. He is still thinking about it. He plays one of his time banks. Well about it, like to hero call this with pocket threes. Now playing another time bank. And we did get a new player in seat number 4. It's a Russian player. The thing is, I'm not sure if his name is real, and I don't want to say something weird. So I'm just going to call him Pan. You never know, you know, sometimes people use weird nicknames and then the commentators are forced to say the name and then it means something weird in some language. So I'm just going to say Pan. But yeah, it looks like he has a lot of chips. He brings a lot of chips, 11 million chips actually, to the table. So that will make him the new chip leader here. Okay, wow. Hero call from Michele with pocket threes, wrong time, wrong moment, down to 10 big blinds now. And Abrechner builds out his big stack. There's a pot for Ron. Raise from Pan, the new big stack, although, yeah, the blinds went up, I guess. No, so he does have less than Abrechner. But anyway, René wins this one. Right, there we go. Wayne McGregor, the man, the myth, the legend who didn't show up for this final table, is now forced all in the small blind. So now people have the chance to win a very cheap mystery bounty here. Not too many people go crazy. Abrechner under the gun with an open with ace-10 offsuit. Does he just get it? No, there's a call from the universe in the big blind. So 2 players with a chance of an undefended mystery bounty. Abrechner flops better. Most players flop a pair though. There's some kind of command for the bounties. I did put them in earlier in Nightbot. Oh wow, on the turn, the universe makes 2 pair on the turn now. Very hidden best hand. And Abrechner is going to lose more chips here. The question is, will the universe be able to get a full double? Plus the mystery bounty. Yeah, he goes all in. Abrechner asks for the count. This could just look like that the universe is just doing that to get the mystery bounty. So I think Abrechner is going to call this actually. Yeah, he does. He does call it. So this is, unless there's like a disaster happening on the river, this will be a double up for the universe. And he will get the undefeated mystery bounty of the American. And the river. Oh, okay. There we go. Double up for the universe, mystery bounty for the universe, and we lose our American player who didn't show up for this final. But again, he has earned with this cash his 33rd flag on Hendon Mob, which puts him in joint 12th place with one other player. So he's worldwide in 12th place, and I think he's on a flag hunt. And somebody said in the chat earlier, maybe he's on his way to the next country to get his next flag. I have a feeling that might actually be the case. Who knows? So yeah, the player who just took him out, the universe, he gets the mystery bounty. So he has a card that he can then later, whenever he wants to, he can go to the screen and there's a red button. And he can hit the red button and then that way draw his mystery bounty. And yeah, the point of the mystery bounty is that these are different values. So the biggest one was 13,500, which obviously is pretty cool, but that's already out. 9,000 is also out already. 4,500 also out. There's the biggest that's still left is 2,700. And then there's a bunch of just, is that right? Yeah, just 45 euro ones. That's quite rough. Yeah, so we're down to 20 players. That means we have a pay jump as well. So the next person to bust will get 835 euros. Lorenzo, I gave you I put the mystery bounty payouts into the chat, so feel free to calculate this yourself. Hey, Bird, how are you? All right, we have the dreaded pocket jacks again versus ace jack in hearts. We're also down to 19, 18. Wow. Boom, boom. Goes the dynamite. 2 players busted in very short succession at the other tables. So I think that's why the universe was just thinking a little bit like, let's wait if some more bust. But the next pay jump is at 15. So I don't think you can wait that long. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough with pocket jacks to call all in. And it was a 39 big blind shove as well. But yeah, there you go. He probably dodged a bullet there with that big shove. Also, Lorenzo, just to be sure, those were the bounties when we started. So that could not be accurate anymore, right? Because stuff has happened in the meantime. We don't have the real-time bounty information. Actually, we could. There was a website, but I don't know where that is. It was a web page with the current details. Yeah, well, again, there is a page. It might be just for internal reasons, but I don't have the link anymore. We had a link where we could see the mystery bounties. And only if we're lucky, we see somebody actually go to the screen and press the button and draw their mystery bounty. Otherwise, we do not have the information who wins what and how much and so on. Right. So basically, if we lose 2 more players, we will have the next pay jump. And we also have a redraw to the last 2 tables. Battle of the Blinds between Ron and Pan. What do you think? I feel like that name of the Russian player probably means something bad, and they want commentators to say it, and we're the laughing stock. So I'm just going to say Pan. Anybody speak Russian? Does that mean something? Right. Here are the chip counts. Michele now, the shorty with 10 big blinds, Ron 17. And then all of the rest have very decent stacks, with Abrechner as the big stack here with 62 big blinds. So again, nobody in immediate danger. Unless Michele is in the big blind now, or coming towards the big blind, then it gets a bit dicey for him. René with king, queen in spades. Oh, and Michele is in the big blind right now. So it does get dicey for him. Ron is thinking about it. Yeah, ace deuce offsuit. He raises it up. Oh, was René only limped under the gun? I only just saw that. So one thing maybe to tell René, he does have to work on his bet sizing. Like the 39 or the 36 big blind all in earlier. And then under the gun limp. Well, I think I'm not sure. I don't know what the most current limping strategies are. But I feel like this is a race. All right, ace a6 trips for Ron. And that's it. Okay, he got cheaply away there, René, with his limp. Rybidenik says his nickname is Czech. Okay, what does it mean? Is it something rude? Because I don't want to read it. Re-raised Chili Dog says Pan is his nickname. He played earlier on 20th April this year with that nick. Okay. Yeah, just like, you know, the rest of the name could be something rude. I'm suspicious because it's also not spelled in capital. Like it doesn't, you know, it's not capital letters. So then I think maybe it means something rude. Anyway. All in from Michele. Pocket sixes, 7.6 big blinds from the small blind. René is thinking about it in the big blind with Jack 10 offsuit. Keep in mind, players are thinking about this a little longer than usual because of the mystery bounties. If this was a normal tournament without bounties, these decisions would be made much faster. One might hope. He played the Blackbeard mystery, so he seems to like mystery bounties. I like mystery bounties as well. So sometimes it makes sense to ask for a count because the time the dealer takes to actually count the chips don't count against your clock. So it gives you more time to think without having to use time banks. So, but now we have Ron also going all in. Ron has 22 big blinds. That's a little bit of a different amount here for René to consider calling. René has 39 big blinds behind. This would be quite a hefty call with Jack 10 offsuit. He hasn't folded yet. Has he called? He called. All right, the graphics are a little behind, but just it looks like he called. So René covering both players. And the interesting thing is look at the equities there. He's actually ahead with Jack 10 offsuit. So he has the chance to bust 2 players here and win 2 mystery bounties. Gamble. All right, the flop. Jack, 6, queen. A set for Michele. Flush draw and middle pair for René. And yeah, for Ron, it doesn't look good at all. So now comes a straight draw for René on top of it. Ace 9 Oracle Club. There's a 10. So we do lose Michele here in 18th place. Ron did make the straight in the end and wins, but René does get the side pot here. Although no. Oh, he does get some. No, he doesn't, right? It all goes to, yeah, okay. So René down to 25 big blinds. Wow. Right, so we are at 17 players. But I think we also lost somebody at the other table. Let's see. Because if we're down to 16, that means we are going to have the redraw. Yeah, so we are actually down to 16 players. We lost another player at one of the other tables. That means we do have the redraw now to 2 tables. That means we are going to have a break. So you can get some fresh air, get a snack, drink some water, do some squats, do some stretching, don't have a cigarette. And then we'll be back in about 17 minutes. And we will have a new feature table. So everything will be mixed up, and we'll be back in about 17 minutes with the last remaining 16 players.
On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like, when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of, like, tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build a stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deeb and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Well, look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing, does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back, and he also finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, be my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluff hand?
Well, what do you think, Justin? We going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right, well.
Another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace-king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
No, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome side, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
Followed right?
Yeah. Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace-king with an issue.
On TV, never do bad jokes. Okay, sorry
10%
about it. I will
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a $500,000 chip pot. Vrancic.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
When you have a hand, you take them on.
Because of your cap.
Just like
You know,
that. Deeb is just as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Zoltan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a cat nap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like you can just know. Oh well, not now, but just comfortably get the check call a couple streets and know you're probably gonna have the best hand. But
On an ace-king 7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
still probably need to peel one off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one-and-done sort of effort. Olchanski, though, has been in line for the most part, so we'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olchanski's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time. Oh!
Oh, my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true. And I like the check back from Olchanski on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably, well, fast is going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olchanski? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be afoot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but oh, this
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now it's just how much does he want?
$125.
He gets paid.
Ace king.
I'm a little surprised by this. Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
Nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those 7s find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings. Well, what do you think, Justin? We going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right. Well,
another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace, king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
No, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome side, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
right?
Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace
Yeah.
king with an issue.
On TV, never do bad jokes. Okay,
A
sorry
10%
about it. I will
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a $500,000 chip pot. Bansik.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh,
Oh no.
Wow.
See, buddy.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
Yeah?
You have a hand, you take it in my
Because of your cap.
Just like
know-
that.
Now you're
Deeb
jealous
is
of
just
it.
as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Zoltan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black eights or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Welcome back to King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. We do have still the final of the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event. It was a 165 euro buy-in. 45 euros of that went into the Mystery Bounty prize pool. In total, 1,872 times was this buy-in paid. The event had a 300,000 euro guarantee, and that was not beat, so there was a little overlay. 24 players started into this day, into the final, and now we're down to 16. It went fairly fast that we did have the redraw to the last 2 tables, so that means we're down to 16 players. Everybody has 835 euros safe. And the winner will go home with 17,700. We will play down to the winner today. So it's going all the way. And here we see our new feature table. Again, this is not the final table. This is just a feature table. And it's not too deep. We have one shorty with Lucky Lolek. And René Kusian has just 16 big blinds. Mili Bisa, 20. Arturo Rodriguez, 23 big blinds. The Universe, 24. And then we have 3 players with basically 35 big blinds. And we have a couple of new names. The thing is, as I mentioned earlier as well, if people choose to use a nickname, I can't really find anything about them. So I was just researching in the break, and most of the players at this table have nicknames, so I couldn't find anything about them. But we do have one player here, Meli Bisa, who's new at this table. And what I could find is only 4 results on Hendon Mob. Lifetime earnings of $2,700, with the biggest cash being $1,500. And all 4 results were at King's Resort. And then we have in seat number 7, Stefano Bertoldi. He seems to be like the most accomplished player so far that we had today, with $238,000 in lifetime earnings. Biggest cash was 32,000, so he can't even beat that here today, unless he, maybe he drew the biggest mystery bounty, who knows. 144 results, mainly at Kings. And then in seat 9, we have Arturo Rodriguez. Not sure if this is the correct player. I was looking at Hendon Mob. There was a player with that name, but from the United States. Couldn't find anybody from Mexico, so not sure about this. I will just say if it's that player, it's 63,000 lifetime earnings. But yeah, I can't guarantee that that information is correct. All right. Did we lose everybody in the break? Who's still here? Let me know in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat if you're still here. Give me a wave. Let me know where you're listening from. And maybe even already who you're rooting for. Now we're down to 16. Who's your favorite so far? right, Richard still there. Hello from the Netherlands. Hello back to the Netherlands from Thailand. Sawadee-ka. Sabaydi mai ka? All right, we are also on a pay jump. So, as I said, at the moment, everybody has 835 euros safe. But if we lose one more player, everybody has locked up 1,060 euros. We do have one fan here of Ron. Unfortunately, I can't read Hebrew. I don't know what your name is. But yeah, we have one Ron fan. All right, we do have an all in here from René. And it does not look very good for him. Queen, Jack, offsuit, and Arturo is very likely going to call this. There we go, all in call. Arturo probably from the US, if that account is correct on HandMob, but he is listed here as Mexican. Right, the flop. King 8-6. Very good flop for Arturo. Another club. Both players have clubs, but yeah, Arturo has the higher one. So drawing dead for René. René, we're losing him here in 16th place. That means we do have a pay jump. He receives 835 euros, and now everybody has locked up 1,060. And I see we have another fan here of Lucky Lolek. Jack. Hi. I don't know how you pronounce that. But yeah, another fan. Arriba, arriba. Aces for Stefano. Under the gun, +1. All right, he might get a customer here. With Tony pocket sixes in the cutoff. No. No customer here. That was it. He showed, yeah, pretending to keep them. Yeah, the jacks again. It looks like jacks are like the hand of the day, sort of. That's the 3-bet from Mealy. Yep, jacks win the pot. All right, we do have 2 players to the flop here. The flop is Jack 9-5, 2 clubs. Ron wins the pot with a pair of 9s, and we go to the next hand. Open raise from Tony. Queen, king in diamonds. If you're just tuning in, by the way, it's quite interesting to see that here in the stream you have all the information you need right here available. So in the top right corner you see field. That means it was 1,872 entries and 15 players of those are left. You see the average stack. Bottom right corner you see the hand number of this final day. You see the blinds. And then once the graphics are back, you see in the bottom left, you see the player names, the country where they're from, their stacks in chips and in big blinds, which is always cool. And then you also see the action, what they bet also in chips and in big blinds. Super helpful if you're not good at math like I am. It's always good to see the things in big blinds. And then, yeah, you also see the action written out there, so you can always follow along. Obviously, also the position of the players and the seat number. So everything is in the picture that you might need. Ah, okay. Re-raise Chili Dog just says Han won in May the CPT in Prague. All right. We don't have him at this table anymore, but I'm sure we will see him at the final table. But for now, Millie finds queens in the hijack. Ooh, Stefano with pocket eights. Are we going to see a car crash here? There is the 3-bet from Stefano. He has 25 big blinds behind now. Millie has 20 big blinds behind. Just checking again. Yeah, it's queens. It's good to check again because sometimes, you know, if probably we've all seen the ace 4 thing that you think you had aces, but it was actually ace 4. Probably happened to everybody who's playing live poker. Always good to check check again and make sure. As long as you don't give any tells away while you look again. Yeah, tough spot here for Stefano with the pocket eights. There again, you don't know how much these two players have played the last couple of days. Does he know if Melee is irrationally aggressive or is this a legitimate all-in from him? He's playing another time bank card, giving himself some more time to think. While in the Twitch chat, Stone Dresto says easy fold. I don't think it's that easy. Again, we don't know how much these two players have played together. How much credit does he actually give him? Keep in mind, they don't see the cards. We see the cards. But yeah, there is the fold. Pot for the German. Ace Jack under the gun for Ron. Nope. All right, we see a mystery bounty draw. That doesn't happen very often. Once in a while, we do see a draw here, and that's for René. Let's see if he gets one of the big ones. 450, not bad. Not too bad. The smallest one is just 45 euros. Did I say big blind? No. 450 euros. If it hasn't been drawn yet, the biggest, at least at the start of the day, that was still left was 2,700. The biggest mystery bounty overall was 13,500. So not bad for putting only 45 euros in for the bounty prize pool. But now we have aces. Will Tony get a customer? Probably not. I mean, maybe Ron is defending his big... No, he's not even doing that. How unfortunate for the aces here. And he does not show. All right, has the YouTube chat died, or are you guys still there? Right, another pot for Millie. As you can see, also we're down to 14 players. The next pay jump is at 11.
1 million, guys, don't ask me. 1 million, 200. How much? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2? 1 million, 200.
All right, okay. So YouTube chat is still working, still watching in silence. Okay, good. I'm sometimes just worried that like I had that before, that suddenly technology struck. And it somehow crashed, and that's why the chat didn't work anymore. Okay, so Tony, he had aces, now ace king suited. Maybe he gets action here. Arturo was the one who opened. Lucky Lolek, super short. He's in the big blind, and he would call all in with queen 10 offsuit if he decides to do so. He doesn't. Yeah, there's probably also the fold. Yep, that's it. Pot for Tony. Right, so as I said, there's another pay jump coming when we're down to 11. And that is then actually the ticket bubble, because the top 10 players actually receive a 3,000 euro ticket package for the King's Million European Championship in September, next month. So we will have a pay jump, then the ticket bubble, and then the final table bubble. Okay, open raise from melee from the button with king 8 offsuit. And that's it. Raise and take it. Jack says, "Lo, we're still here, but hard to enjoy when my mate is card dead. Not one playable hand for Lolek so far." Yeah, that's true. And he's blinding down massively. Maybe now. Oh, there we go. Not card dead anymore. Aces. But he only has 2.9 big blinds left. So he has one chip behind, so I don't think he's... Did he say all in? I'm not sure. I think he's actually not all in. Yeah, I'm not sure what. More or less all in. Whatever happens, he will be all in. So you might get a customer here. Well, he does have a customer with Stefano. And maybe Arturo, no, Arturo is not playing. So there we go. Aces versus Ace-6. Lucky Lolek. Very much ahead. Oh. Ace is still ahead, but 759. Only an 8 for Stefano to crack the aces. 3 outs. No. Double up for Lucky Lolek. Up to 7.8 big blinds now.
Ich glaube, am Button 2 Big Mans, was soll ich gucken, ne?
Yeah.
Und wenn das
Bird says, always a sweat. Never easy.
aber kein Bounty, keine Bounty. Keine Bounty.
Auch den Bounty nicht zu haben, also bitte, also.
Wie ist das wirklich, ne? Hab ich eine Bounty bekommen, egal, also
Ich habe nicht gesehen, dass du nur eine Karte gesehen hast. Deswegen, ich habe auch geguckt. Du kannst auch alles machen, weißt du. Die ersten.
ja, ich schieb auch mit 9, 10 werden sie, ich glaube. Liebe ist die Dame, liebe Dame. Liebe Paar, alles.
Die ersten hatte ich sehr schön.
Es juckt, das heißt, Geld kommt heute. Jetzt die Kohle nicht. Du willst wann, wann nicht da.
Lucky Lolek. No, not good enough. All in from Stefano with ace deuce offsuit. Gets through.
Nee, Cut over, Cut over.
See you in 1 year, 100.
Here are the updated chip counts. We are up to blinds 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. And as you can see, we have a fairly medium field here with one shorty. Jack, I have a feeling that you're a little delayed with your stream. You might want to refresh YouTube. A couple minutes ago already that he had the aces. Ace Queen offsuit for Arturo Rodriguez. Good enough. Open raise from Arturo with Queen 10 offsuit. Oh, and Jacks. As I said, Jack seems to be the hand today. Jacks for Ron. So if you don't know what he just did, he threw in a time bank card. It's this round paper card. And that buys him a little extra time on the shot clock, on the action clock, so that he can think a little longer about his decision. Because obviously he's thinking about raising it here, and then you want to think about how much. Both players have roughly the same stack, or exactly the same stack actually, behind. So it is important that you think about your bet sizing. So he does raise it up to 2 million. And that was it already. Open raise from Tony in the cutoff with King 7 in spades. And Meli is going to defend his big blind with 8-6 offsuit. The flop. 10, 6, 9, all diamonds. None of the players have diamonds. But Meli does flop a pair of sixes and an inside straight draw. Tony also with the inside straight draw. They take each other's outs. No, that's it. Pot for Tony. Action folds around to run on the button with ace-6 offsuit. Open race. And takes it. All right, let's play a little game because both chats are so quiet and there's not too much to talk about poker-wise here. So, what is your favorite food? I'm asking because I'm in Thailand right now, and this is my favorite food, Thai food. My favorite dish is pad krap pao. Moo. The funny thing is that moo means pork in Thai. Et mak mak. Very, very spicy. But when I ask for that, I never get very, very spicy because I'm not Asian and they don't think I can take it. And as I mentioned already, another one of my favorite dishes in Thailand is masaman curry. My name is Mashman, so it's quite funny that masaman is the name of the dish. So, because I'm in Thailand and in my favorite food country, what are your favorite foods? Hi, Rusty. I'll be in Thailand in 2 weeks. Where are you at? I am in Bangkok. I'm still here till the end of the month and then I go to Vietnam. Where are you going to go? The cool thing is with Pad Kra Pao, because it's so popular, they started doing all kinds of variations of it. So since I discovered Pad Kra Pao as my favorite dish, I found Pad Kra Pao pizza and quesadillas and what else? I had something else as well. Basically, you can do all kinds of stuff with Pad Kra Pao and it's just amazing. Just really, really delicious food. Rusty says, I really like som tam, like with raw crab. I'll be in the Bangkok Rayong Pattaya area for business for a week, and then 2 weeks in Phuket and some islands after. I will make a day trip to Pattaya because I've never seen it, and I don't really want to stay there for too long. So I'm actually going to do a day trip. It's on the second last Saturday of the month. I'll come to Pattaya for a day trip. Yeah, and som tam, I have to be honest, I had it probably once or twice, but because I'm not too big on seafood, I rarely order it, but I saw that there are options to have it with something else other than seafood. So I have to give it another shot at some point. Pad See Ew. Yeah, I was unlucky, I think, with Pad See Ew. I ordered that somewhere and I wasn't that impressed, but again, like I had it once. I should give it another shot as well. KK19 says Pad Thai for sure. Yeah, Pad Thai is nice as well. Look at that, there's Jacks again. It is the day of the Jacks. And also, do you see how active the chats get when I talk about food? Everybody was quiet, and then you ask about food, and everybody's like, yeah, food. Everybody likes food. Unfortunately, I do have to fast tomorrow because I'm going to, that's the main reason why I'm in Bangkok. I'm going to do like a health check, like a full body health check, because it's not too cheap, but it's something that, I wanted to pay for to do here in Bangkok. Anyway, we have 10, queen, 9, all in diamonds. Very pretty. So a pair of 9s for Tony and an inside straight draw with an overcard and Ron with the jacks, but none of the players have diamonds. Ron continues. Only at least one call here from Tony. Yep, there we go. Oh, Tony raised. Sorry, Tony raised it. Yep, call. Let's see what happens if another diamond comes. No diamond, but that is a straight for Ron. Right, but Tony bets, Ron just calls. That's risky with 3 diamonds out there. Now another 9 hits the river. Yeah. Trips for Tony. Obviously, Ron still the winner of this hand with jacks. With a straight. Tony just checked, so let's see if Ron can get any more chips out of him. No, check, check. Ron wins the pot. All right, back to the food. Le Payak says, I've been to Thailand already, but I must say that Vietnamese food suits me better. Maybe because they never spice the food up in Thailand. I'm too white. So do you mean like Thai food is too spicy for you? That's the thing. In Vietnam, it's not that spicy. I love spicy food, so for me, this is great. But yeah, in Vietnam, it's all more fresh. That's something I always notice. A lot more like salads and greens and so on. While in Thailand, sometimes the food can get quite heavy, but it's so tasty. There's so much flavor and everything. And then KK says, khao soi also one of the best. Oh yeah, absolutely. I once made the mistake when I had a month where I tried to eat less meat and try and eat vegetarian, that I ordered khao soi with tofu, and that was not good. It needs the meat juices in the soup, but yeah, also very good dish. The rusty walking street, yeah, that's the thing, and I don't really want to see that kind of stuff like in Pattaya. You hear all those stories. Oh, it's just I love this country so much, and I don't want to see those parts of it, you know. Oh, sorry, som tam. Yeah, yeah, of course. What did I just mix it up with? Som tam is spicy papaya salad. What did I just the soup? What did I mix it? Anyway. Right, we do have the chip counts here. Very short is Lucky Lolek. The universe with 17 big blinds, Stefano 20, and then a bunch of 30-something big blinds, and then Ron, absolute chip leader of this table. We have another table. This is not the final table. It's just the feature table. So it could be that at the other table there's a bigger stack. We do not know. We will only know when we have everybody together at the final table. But at least at this table, it's Ron who has the biggest stack. And yeah, as you see, blinds are 150,000, 300,000, 300,000 big blind ante. Zifferot says, in Thai food, very tasty, especially after Polish food. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what you mean, but... What is the name of the soup that I mean? Wasn't it... Som tam is the papaya salad? Ah. I could look it up, but I'm sitting so comfortably right now. Zifferot says, why don't we have any Polish in the Polish poker tournament? Well, it looks like they didn't make it. Also, we do not know what's at the other table. Maybe there's some Polish players at the other table, but yeah, they played their own tournament and didn't survive. Jack says, obviously fish and chips. I guess you mean your favorite food. You're still behind, I think, with the stream. Yeah, I like fish and chips as well. And KK says dragon fruit here is amazing. Yeah, dragon fruit, especially red dragon fruit, is my absolute favorite. Tom yum. Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Som tam and tom yum. I mixed that up. I think I'm allowed to mix that up. Yeah, tom yum soup is very often with seafood, and that's why I rarely order it. Lucky Lolek with his 5.3 big blinds finds ace queen offsuit. He still keeps one chip behind, so he's sort of all in. Lucky Lolek is Polish. Maybe he just lives in Germany. Yeah, I think you need to, in order to have the country there, you need to have some kind of document that says that you're from that country or residing in that country. Like, I think for me, when I was playing at King's last time, I think they displayed me as Bulgarian because I'm a resident of Bulgaria, but then I asked them to use my passport, which is German, so that I'm listed as a German. Right, so there is a call from Tony with ace jack offsuit. Okay, Lucky Lolek is ahead. Another chance for a double up for him. Deuce, 7 deuce. Oh, now we see oh, a very quick bounty draw here of just 45 euros while we have an all-in and call happening. Well, now is the all-in, basically. Because he's still at one chip behind. Ace. Now there's a couple of possibilities for a chop. No, okay. There we go, double up. Another double up for Lucky Lolek. He was down to like 2.3 big blinds or something. And now he's back to 13. Everything's possible. Yeah, you have to be careful with like the way that you play in poker tournaments and gambling in general, like worldwide, and how you're listed. I had that in Vegas. I actually won a video poker jackpot, like $4,000, and then they came and were like, "Oh yeah, you know you have to pay 30% taxes, right?" And I'm like, "Oh damn it, you know." I thought it was 5,000 like in poker, right? But it's at slot machines and so on, and video poker, it's 1,200, and then they deduct the 30% taxes. And I was so like giddy that I just won a video poker jackpot that I just gave them my passport. And I didn't even think about like saying that I actually live in Bulgaria, so I'm a tax resident in Bulgaria. And so they filled in all the forms for Germany. I'm like, oh no, you never know in Germany if they want to take any extra taxes or if I can actually claim the taxes back because I'm not registered in Germany anymore. So it was the Rio casino in Vegas. So they were really cool in changing the whole documentation to Bulgaria then so that I could actually claim back the taxes. But yeah, you have to be careful with that kind of stuff. It always depends on where you're tax resident. And it's actually like maybe not that smart that I did that at King's, that I was listed as German. But I don't know how they handle that situation. And I never won enough to think about it. Oh yeah, here we go. 2 players to the flop of 6, 7, 5 rainbow. Arturo with ace king offsuit versus Lucky Lulek with queen 10 offsuit. Arturo bets it. And yeah, that's it for Lucky Lulek. Back down to 10 big blinds. Oh, there's another mystery bounty draw. This one is for Sascha Hausner. You see the biggest prize still in is 2,700 euros. Let's see what he gets. It's not loading. He didn't get anything. Okay, there we're back. We're back. And drum roll. Mystery bounty. 45 euros. Unlucky. Okay, we do have a lot of action here at the table right now. We have an all-in from the universe with ace king offsuit versus Arturo. He hasn't called yet. King, queen suited, and we have Stefano who's thinking about it. With king, queen offsuit. He would call all in with this. Fold. And let's see if Arturo wants to gamble. It's a 21 big blind shove here, so it's quite a lot of money. And yeah, Arturo lays it down. Reese Chili Dog says, but all the food is great to eat, but I'm on a strict diet right now, protein, egg white diet. Yeah, I get you. I'm dieting right now as well, but not that strict. I'm counting calories and I'm exercising. And so, because I also do intermittent fasting, and I only have one proper meal per day, it means I basically can eat what I want for that meal. And that's pretty nice to do like a long-term diet that way. And you don't have to, you know, say no to too many things. Like yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I had a smash burger because I went swimming and I burned 900 calories. And then I had a very light breakfast and then I had a smash burger and curly fries. And it was all inside my calorie allowance. I'm happy to announce that we are going to see a few more of the mystery bounty draws. I think we mentioned it in some of the streams before, that it's a bit sad that we don't see the draws that much. And I think they've heard us, because now we are going to have a couple more of the mystery bounty draws on screen. So stay tuned. For now, the universe flops a pair of aces. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know mystery bounties, so the bounty tournament is something that existed many, many years already, which basically means when you take all the chips of a player and eliminate them from the tournament, you do get a bounty prize, a scalp. I remember in Ireland they called them scalp tournaments as well. And then it was usually in the beginning it was a set amount. So you bust somebody, you get, let's say, 30 euros or something. And then the more people you bust, the more 30 euros you got. And then at some point, progressive knockouts became a thing. So that meant that when it was mainly online because they couldn't really figure out how to do it live. So if you bust somebody, you get half their bounty and the other half gets added to your own bounty. So your own value goes up. And so you have varying bounty prizes between the players, right? Eventually they figured out how to do that live, but it's still today very awkward the ways they do it in different organizers. Some do it with cards where they write down what the bounties are, and others they have different stacks. So it's very, yeah, it's different how they handle it. And then suddenly somebody came up with the idea of a mystery bounty where if you bust somebody, you get a mystery prize. And that can be quite hefty amounts and it gets very exciting. All right, so we have an all-in and a call here. Pocket nines versus ace queen in diamonds. Stefano all in and behind, but not by much. Ooh, there's a straight draw for him, but there's also a straight draw for Arturo. Arturo's still ahead. There's the ace. And it's an ace of hearts. None of the players have a heart, so it looks very good for Stefano here. Yeah, there we go. Double up for the Italian. Oh, and the other Italian is down to 11 big blinds. Oh, not Italian. Look at that. It looks so similar. Mexican. He's the Mexican. Arturo down to 11 big blinds. I think Arturo is probably one of the best players here. Just the way he carries himself at the table. So, yeah, he's very disappointed right now to lose that pot and be down to 11 big blinds. Not that much wiggle room and room to maneuver with 11 big blinds, but I'm sure he knows what to do with it. Right, we do have a little bit of a weird error here, it looks like. Obviously, Stefano doesn't have... Okay, there we go, 28 big blinds. We have two shorties with Lucky Lolek and Arturo now, 7 and 8 big blinds, because the blinds are up to 200,000, 400,000 with a 400,000 big blind ante. And then we have a middle field and then one bigger stack for Ron with 36 big blinds, but that's the biggest stack at this table. It's just 36 big blinds. Yeah, and two shorties. So let's see what happens. But I think I saw we're down to 13 players. As I said, the next pay jump is when we're at 11. And then we're also at 10. At 11, we're on the ticket bubble because the top 10 players get the ticket package for the King's Million European Championship. Richard says, in Casino Spa, you have real money chips for progressive bounty. Yeah, they do that in some places. And then you have like the second stack with the real money chips. But then it's like, oh, you're not really allowed to touch them because you could, in theory, like, you know, put some in your pocket and, you know, nobody notices. And I was at the very first one that was like on a big scale done in Monte Carlo at the EPT. I played that one. It was like a 1,000 euro buy-in, and it was the first time ever that they made that PokerStars did a progressive knockout, and we had the one stack with the real money chips, and then it's like, you're not allowed to touch them. And then obviously everybody was like, ha ha ha, and just touching them. And then the thing is, you want to play with the chips, right? Because it's just automatic that you touch the chips and play with them. And you really had to focus not to touch that stack and only the other stack. So it's not the best option. I think once we get to the point where we do have iPads at the table for everything, which is going to happen eventually, then this is better to handle. But at the moment, all the progressive knockout bounty tournaments are still very awkward the way they do it. Also, I saw it at one event. I think that was at WSOP Circuit. Yeah, WSOP Circuit in Tallinn, where you had to have the real money stack like ahead of you, like really in front of the other stack. And it got really difficult for the dealers to deal around that. And yeah, so it's again, it's still very awkward to handle. That's why many organizers are not offering PKOs, but rather started doing the mystery bounty ones. And they are so much more fun. And then mystery bounties, drawing mystery bounties is always also like a social media moment when you do it right. You can film it, you can put it on social media and have like emotions and reactions of the players and so on. So I know that there are some poker pros that really don't like mystery bounties, but I think they're simply wrong. Because this is very good for poker, because we all want to do stuff that's good for the recreational players, so that they have fun, and it's taking a little bit of the edge away from the professional players, and that is obviously something that helps the game. Moves the needle a little bit. But here we do have pocket nines under the gun for melee. He's up against King 8 of Ron, and Ron does flop a pair of kings. Melee continues. Ron calls. We see the turn, another king. Uh-oh. This could get a little more expensive for Millie, as he now knows that it's less likely for Ron to have a king. All right, goes check, check. We see the river. Queen. I think Ron can win a little more money here off Millie. Ron bet small, trying to milk a little bit out of Millie's stack. A time bank card for a little more time to think. Oh. Oh no. That's a raise. And Ron is thinking now, I have trips here. What do you really have a straight or a higher king? He's gonna call. He already has the chip there. He's gonna call it. Also a little more time to think about it. Yeah, you can't read much. Mealy has a good poker face. Again, I talked about it before. It's dangerous to chew a chewing gum. Because an observant player will see a pattern in the way that you're chewing. Ron keeps looking at him, but not much to read there. Oh, that's good. He starts talking to him, trying to get some reaction. He wants to call. Another time bank. Just looking at him again, anything to read off his face? No. Whew. On the one hand, if you manage to get a player in this kind of situation, it feels so good because you know you made the right size or the right move. But then again, if he calls, Millie is down to 13 big blinds. Ah, he's folding. He's folding. What a move from Millie here. Wow. Wow. Did he give him the king and consciously try to represent a straight here? This is such a cool hand. Wow. An observant chewer will chew in a way that the observer thinks he sees a pattern. Inarguable. But the thing is, there's certain things that you just can't control properly. Like, you know, it's like you're chewing, and it might be that if you have a strong hand, you chew a little faster or something. You wouldn't even notice that, right? But an observer might notice that. If people pay attention, they could see a difference in what you're doing. And it's everything. It's like how you touch your chips, how you touch your cards, how you put the chips in the pot. Everything could be something that you do differently if you're strong or if you're weak. That's why giving extra information by chewing a gum is dangerous. Yeah, or stop chewing, exactly. Sometimes people just like when they are strong. No, what is it? When they stop chewing? Yeah, I think when they're strong, it could be that like they just for a second just stop and go like, okay. What do I do now? How do I get like most of this situation? But once again, it's all patterns, right? So clusters. So if you see one thing happen once, that doesn't really tell you much. But if you see somebody like stops chewing every time they hit the flop or the turn or whatever, then obviously you know, okay, they stop chewing if they're strong. And then you can watch that. But it takes a time, like it takes a while. You have to pay attention. The good thing is sitting here at like a feature table like this, you're not allowed to have your phones. So the only thing you can do is just watch other players when you're not in the hand as well. and learn something. Most of us, when we play poker, we're constantly on our phones and we're not paying attention. Anyway, Arturo went all in, and it looks like he's going to take this down. Uncontested, chose the ace. Hi, Rusty. Of course, you can watch it as well. You can watch your chewing, but only in actual real situations, right? So if you're sitting at a stream table, it makes a lot of sense to watch it back and literally watch what you're doing. Like I remember once when I had one of my first coaches, we had a lot of like sessions, and then we actually sat together at the same cash game table, and it was simply for him to watch me how I act at the table, and if I do the same kind of movements and everything. And then we sat afterwards, and he told me what he saw, like what I did when certain situations, blah blah. And you can obviously do that with a friend and just say, hey, pay attention. But then again, that player wants to play as well. So sitting at the stream table obviously has its advantages and disadvantages. Like everybody sees how you play, but on the other hand, you have so much important footage about yourself as well. So it's pretty cool. But we do have aces now for the universe. Kings for Lucky Lolek. No, that is so unlucky. Unlucky Unlolek. Oh dear. I have a feeling we're gonna lose Lucky Lolek here. Yeah, there's the all-in. And in the universe's head, it just goes ting, 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 ting. What is set up here? Aces versus kings. Kappa, kappa. Seven, eight, deuce. There's only one king left in the deck, as you see on the top. One has been folded already, just one out. Lucky Lolek. Can he get lucky, as it says in his name? No, he can't. Unfortunately, we lose Lucky Lolek in 13th place. He hands over his mystery bounty. Lucky Lolek takes home 1,060 euros. There's no pay jump, so the next two players will get the same payout. Race Chili Dog said, like a few months ago, that player with glasses, he took them off every time he had a good hand. Yeah, it's so dangerous. Like, you really have to pay attention to what you do and do the same thing. Doesn't matter how strong you are. What was that word in your last stream? Was it unicorn? I can't remember. It was some weird word, yeah. Something like unicorn, yeah. Rusty says 14th of 1,872 is already pretty lucky. Yeah, right. But it's like you never feel like that. I think it's the only player who ever is happy in a poker tournament is the one who wins. Oh, kings again. Kings at kings, running hot here. Arturo, very unfortunate situation for him as well, going all in under the gun with 9.3 big blinds. Tony wakes up with the kings, goes over the top. Yeah, and if no miracle happens, we are going to lose another player here. And this is the pay jump, actually. So 11th will get 1,300 and now 12th will get 1,060. Yeah, not much there for Arturo. Very unlikely that he's gonna make it. Yeah, there we go. GG for the Mexican. He takes home 1,060 euros. And now we have the pay jump. Everybody has locked up 1,345. And we are on the ticket package bubble. So one more player will go out and not receive a ticket package for the Kings Marine European Championship, because only the top 10 players will receive that ticket package. Oh, there's a mystery bounty draw. Ah, just 45 euros. I think that was for Mark Maiden. A run with ace 4 offsuit in the hijack. Open race. Yeah, first we have the ticket bubble and then we have the final table bubble. And we are going to see another mystery bounty draw now from Arturo. The 2,700 is still in. What does Arturo get? 150, not bad. And next his bounty buy-in. The open raise from Millie with ace 10 offsuit. And it's enough. Enjoy dinner, Richard. See you in an hour. Let me know what you ate. Ace queen offsuit for Millie under the gun. And that's enough as well. That's the thing. We are now on the first bubble for the packages, and then is the bubble for the final table. So I think play is going to slow down a little bit here. Somebody's very annoying with their chips. What's that? Stop doing that with the chips. It's annoying. Ah, we have another mystery bounty draw for Antonio Soldo. 135 euros. All right, 2 players to the flop. King 8-9. Nobody hits anything. Check. And on the turn, it's a flush draw for Ron and a straight draw for Millie. Or on the river gives Ron a pair. Will he be able to actually win this pot with a pair of 4s? Checks it. And we did see Millie before pull out some moves, so I have a feeling this is the right moment to pull out another move. Because Jack High is not going to win this. There we go, bluffs it. Is he calling it this time? I almost feel like he can. Come on, Ron. He does. Very nice. Nice call. Pair of 4s. Take it down. Good call, Ron. Then we have another mystery bounty draw. $150. Nice. Right. In the meantime, at the feature table, Tony raises it up under the gun with pocket 9s. Oh, we lost a player. We're down to 10. So the ticket bubble burst. All the remaining players now on top of their payout get a 3,000 euro ticket package. So it includes 4 tickets for the King's Million European Championship. And we are on the final table bubble now. So if we lose one more player, we do have the redraw to the final table. And that is also a pay jump of about 400 euros. Two flop. And a deuce. Stefano flops a pair of 10s. Melee with overcards. Tony with a pair of 9s. Tony is the one betting. Melee calls it. Stefano calls it. We are going to see the turn. Queen. So now Melee with the best pair. Everybody still has a little piece of it, but it goes check, check, check. River is the deuce, another deuce, so the board pairs. Melee still with the best hand here. He bets it, and there is a chance that Tony maybe pays him off. That's right. Stefano could pay him off as well. Will he make the hero call with the pair of 10s here? Another time bank. He's fighting. And Millie still keeps his poker face. So there's the fold. Let's see if Tony thinks differently. He calls. He did not believe him. Another pot for Melee, and Tony is down to 18 big blinds. Yeah, we see the stacks here. This is there's nobody really mega short. Tony with 18, the shorty, Stefano 20, Universe 23, and then we have 2 bigger stacks with Ron with 35 big blinds and Medi with 47. But yeah, nobody at immediate risk. Again, we do not know what's happening at the other table. There could be shorties over there, but fact is, we are on the final table bubble, so we only need to lose one more player, and we do have the final table and a pay jump of about $400 euros. The universe opens under the gun with ace-5 offsuit. Oh, and Millie on the button wakes up with pocket sixes. Or about 15,000 baht, yeah. So Millie called. And now Tony in the big blind with ace deuce offsuit also calls. We have 3 players to the flop. Jack, queen, 4. Nobody hits, so the pocket sixes are still good. Check, check. 3 of diamonds on the turn, so there is a straight draw now for Tony and for the universe. But the 6 is still good. And I'm not sure if this bet from Tony makes a lot of sense. So I think the universe will fold, but Millie is probably going to sniff it out, I would assume. He's been really strong. He usually knew where he was at. Oh, he folded. All right, interesting. I found that a very odd bet, but I'm not sitting there, so I don't know what I'm talking about. It worked, so whoever wins is right. Pocket 4s for run.
Okay, sorry, I didn't say, sorry, my fault.
Didn't play the pocket 4s. The sailboats. Folded around to the blinds, and Tony in the small blind raised it up. It's deuce 3 in diamonds. The universe is ace-6 offsuit and 3 bets. Works. Ace 9 of diamonds for Stefano in the cutoff. He has 20 big blinds. Raises it up. Ron finds ace deuce offsuit in the big blind. Is it enough to defend? No. And Rusty says good fold, but then again, he has been pretty tight since I watched the Razor. Yeah. True. It's Battle of the Blinds. Ron just filled up his small blind with 5-6 offsuit, melee checks. We are going to see a flop. Woo! Hoo hoo hoo! Pretty nice for Ron. Just flopped the full house. And now it's interesting to watch him. You know, like if you're so strong, he's like, he has his arms folded. He's like really still. And this is something what is very often when players are very strong, that they get very still. But, you know, we're just watching him for the first time now in this situation. So we can try and learn something from this. So now he tries to force himself to look over a little, but it seems very stiff. Okay, that's interesting. So maybe, like, you know, next time we see him with a strong hand, we can compare it and see if he does that again. Or if we see him bluff, see if he does it also. Then all of that was useless that we just observed. That's a nice setup, like playing 5-6 offsuit, flopping a full house, but then, yeah, unfortunately, not much for the opponent to get a bigger pot here. John, dinner and bridge after that for me. Enjoy the stream and the comments of Christine. Bye for now. Bye, John. Johan, sorry. Talk to you soon. Although, oh no, I have one stream in September. And in October, I do have a bunch of streams, but they will be for the German stream, not for the English one. So you will hear me one time in September. Enjoy dinner and good luck at bridge. Played bridge before, but I can't remember anything. I don't even know the rules anymore. But as far, like, if I see it in front of me right now, I see like a table with 4 players. But yeah, I forgot everything about bridge. I should look into that again. Right, Battle of the Blinds. 10-7 suited for Stefano, King 7 offsuit for Tony. There are 2 diamonds on the flop, so this is pretty nice for Stefano. At the moment, Tony is still ahead. Yeah. Stefano wins the pot with a flush draw. I will have a big poker year next year. At least that's the plan, because it will be my 20th anniversary as a poker player. I'm not a professional poker player. I work in the poker industry, but I play poker since 2007. So that means next year will be my 20th poker anniversary. And I'm planning for the first time in my life to play the WSOP main event and an EPT main event. And I'll probably add a bunch of other poker into that year because it's my celebration year. So this year, the rest of this year will be a lot of study. I have to sit down again and study the game. It's been a while. For now, Stefano all in with ace king offsuit. Wirren. You can go to the German stream as well, but the poker action doesn't change that either. It's a little dry right now because we're on the final table bubble, and nobody wants to bust before the final table. And yeah, it's 22 big blind all in. Keep in mind, we are playing a mystery bounty tournament, and these are mainly recreational players. So yeah, big all in here. Doesn't have to be that big. Normal would be like a 3 big blind open race, but we decided to just put it in. That's it.
You will see in a half hour. So, what I have to hide.
Another gun open for Millie with ace 6 offsuit. And a defend from Ron with ace jack suited. Wow, what a flop for Ron here. Pair of aces and the nut flush draw. So now we see him again. We can watch him again with a very strong hand. He basically looks the same as he did before. Like the little bit forced look over to his opponent. But he has his arms crossed again. So he basically does the same as he did when he was strong earlier. Now I hope that we're going to see him bluff later so that we can compare it. He uses his fist to check on his upper arm. That's something you can also save as information and see if that says anything. Millie with a full house now. Ay, ay, ay. Ron. Ron. He thinks he's absolutely golden. Oh no. And now the flush comes in. How much more will Ron lose in this hand? A little more time to think about it and checking again if he really has a6 here. Roughly half pot size bet from Millie. This is rough for Ron. Will he just call? He's never gonna fold, but I hope he's not thinking about raising. Oh, what a tough spot here. Is raising. He's raising. Yeah, very quick call from Millie. Yeah. He was so sure that he's good. But unfortunately, Millie actually made a full house here. Wow, what a tough spot for Ron. And he only has 2.6 big blinds left now. Yeah, Millie could have gotten his bounty. Like, if he would have put him all in, he would have gotten his bounty. Not sure why he didn't raise that, right? Maybe he didn't see that he only had a little left. Well, he had a flush, so he was probably thinking, oh, even against trips, he might still get a call or a lower flush even. It's difficult to see the full house there. All right, all in from Tony with King, Queen in clubs. Kings for Millie. Wow, very, very quick call. This is how you should do it if you have a strong hand. Don't let your opponent hang there. Make it quick. We had quite a few kings already and obviously jacks. And we also had aces quite a bit. It's been actually, when it comes to the card distribution, pretty strong. Oh, flush draw for Tony. The kings are not safe. Ah, there is the flush. Kings cracked. King, queen suited. Yeah, Jordi, Kenis, you just tuned in. The shoves have been pretty big here. Like, first of all, it is a mystery bounty tournament. Also, it is mainly recreational players. So the shoves are bigger than you would normally see. We had a 36 big blind shove earlier.
Zwischen 10 und 11.
Only now with a decent stack, 38 big blinds. And yeah, Ron only having 2.1 big blinds left. He's on the button. Queen 6, that's not the hand he's going with. Meli fills up the small blind. Stefano checks the big blind. Ace, Jack, Ace. Stefano flops 2 pair. Meli is the one betting. Call from Stefano. 6 on the turn. Check from Meli and a bet from Stefano. Oh, he's not believing him. As a call. And the river, another jack. Full house for Stefano. And now is the question if Meli believes that Stefano has either the ace or the jack here. Did he check behind? What? He checked behind. I'm confused. Did I just miss something? No.
Bei den letzten Flaschen gucken, wir haben eine Pause. Und Service kommt sowieso jede 10 Minuten. Danke aber. Du haben wir, weißt du?
Well, next hand. Open raise from Meli with 4-5 offsuit. Enough. As the all-in from Ron, under the gun with king deuce in clubs. He doesn't want to wait for the blinds to eat him up, so it goes in here with the suited king. Kings again. This is unbelievable. Kings at the kings, running hot here today. Kings for Tony. He had kings at least twice now, if not 3 times. Thrice. This will very likely be the end of Ron Nissim. The universe is thinking or fell asleep. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, it's thinking. There we go. Bad news for Ron. Can he do it? Can he get running clubs? The flop. 3 deuce 6. Nope. There is a deuce. So 2 more outs for Ron. If he hits a deuce, he can double up. If not, we lose Ron Nissin. No. That's it. This is our final table. Bubble burst. So we are going to have a break now for the redraw to the final table. The break will take about 20 minutes, a little under 20 minutes. So take a break, guys. Have a drink of water, do some stretching, have a little snack, and come back in about 20 minutes for the final table of the Polish Poker Masters main event. See you in a bit. Bye.
Rizai, much of the same. I'm sure all of these guys are, but... And Rizai bringing some firepower, 4.6 million. Hochheim remains from the previous table, sitting with his 4.4. And certainly a playable hand here.
160.
So Hochheim is still present. 160 to skate, he says. Di Persio into the bin. Svach also.
And I have played against Ilani as well. Not quite as much. I found him to be very creative, crafty, certainly tough. And this call with 7-5 off may well give us an opportunity to explore some of his strategic insights here.
The only customer of the open. Ace 9-6 monotone texture, gut shot, and a small club draw for Ilani, who checks over to king high and the better club draw.
Yeah, these 3 to a suit flops are always quite interesting, especially when both players have connected a bit.
110.
So Ilani's decision here, I would imagine, is does he want to represent a flush, more or less, with a raise? Or does he just want to call and perhaps try to bluff on the river if the turn checks through? Both routes seem reasonable.
He
Yeah.
faces the follow through of 100 into 450. This is sub-quarter pot.
290.
And it has tempted him into taking the more aggressive path, check raising to 290,000.
Yeah, and I don't mind this play, right? He's going to knock out a lot of better hands. It's probably impossible that his opponent has a worse hand than 7 high.
I saw you were moving with the castle.
It is a bit tricky, though. If called, do we want to continue with this particular draw?
Made the deal heads up, right?
And naturally, we do see the call from the king high with the jack of clubs. Hochheim probably wise to the fact that Ilani may well have some of these hands in his range.
Plus the trophy.
And that 6
Yeah.
is an interesting card.
Good.
Could Ilani sometimes have
It will keep you more
a 6
hungry.
in his range that he was
First
just
place,
kind of
so you're gonna keep
looking
going.
to end the hand right there with?
You don't
Possibly.
want to play that much, but maybe now you want a little bit more.
No, but it's yeah. I'm playing all the EPT
Ah, yeah.
since a couple of years,
Okay.
and yeah.
Checks it over. Hochheim content to do the same.
Cyprus.
So a quick knuckle back.
Feel like want to take
And a
some
very dry 3 of diamonds on the end.
Yeah, now Ilani
a
with,
little bit intense, yeah.
you know, a bottom of range type of holding. His decision, really, does he want to continue to represent something strong? Does he think it's believable? He looks somewhat poised. Perhaps a slight increase in his breath. Wow. That's a strong play.
Simply rips it in for his tournament life. 1.7. A big overbet.
And, you know, Hochheim has the type of hand that really is never going to lose to a bluff. We can't imagine that Ilani's going to have a pocket pair or a 3. And he does appear to be breathing a bit heavy. This would be really a tremendous call.
One that would send Ilani packing, by the way. Understandably.
Yeah.
Hochheim does find the bin.
Nicely done.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
straight away.
Nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with king-queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king,
well,
here we are.
King-queen suffers from things that ace-king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski's going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace-king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel Lands in favor of Boyevich. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevich's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you fold, Cubs?
Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to P. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be making our decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Chewy. I mean, we are one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously...
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh, my.
All of a sudden, never mind the stalling. Ilani can speed his chips into the middle. Yeah. For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just a king. Black king is good.
King king 8 שלו. King 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Listen, if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Tamasauskas' game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the two spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. He's in the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the third player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, eight offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. Seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior?
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rezai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. I think the decision for Mr. Rezai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Rezai just flicking.
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
Break after his hand? Yeah. It's ridiculous.
15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour, after an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu.
Good luck, Jody.
You know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid.
Welcome back to the final day of the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event. We have reached the final table. Out of the original 1,872 entries, only 9 players remain. Everybody's locked up 1,724 euros right now, but obviously everybody's looking at the top price, which is 17,700. All players now, as you can see here, also have the 4XT, which means 4 tickets for the King's Million European Championship included in their price or on top of their price. And we see our chip leader is Millie Bieser from Germany. And then we have a player that we haven't seen so far today, Maciej Swisarz from Poland. Oz, he started as the chip leader into the day from the Ukraine with 40 big blinds. Tony 32, Pan 31, Abrechner 27, Stefano 25, Kamel 24, and the Universe with 15. So pretty deep final table. This could take a while. Keep in mind, players are allowed to discuss a deal at some point. If they do that, that means that they still have to play for 10% of the remaining prize pool and the trophy. And if they decide on a deal at any point, the blinds will get halved, so things will go faster then. But at the moment, I don't think this is a topic for people to discuss. At least 2 people, 3 people probably still have to bust until as a first conversation about a deal. It is quite common nowadays that they discuss deals and that they make deals. Let's see how this develops. At the moment, we're at blinds 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. And yeah, it's fairly even. There's not a proper short stack, not one massive big stack. So this will be interesting. There is going to be quite a bit of play left. All right, final table photo. And here we do have a mystery bounty draw as well. Antonio Soldo. You see the 2,700 is still in. That's the biggest still available price. Most common one is 45 euros. That was the buy-in. The buy-in was 165 euros and 45 of those went into the mystery bounty prize pool. Yeah, I'm still taking the final table photo here. Nice. All right. So in case we didn't see, I don't think we're going to see it. So Antonio, who just, yeah, there it is. And I'm not spoiling it. Okay, 45 euros, the minimum bounty price. And we are continuing play at the final table. Again, 9 players left. Right, and the final table is normally the time as well when we pick our favorites. So I see there were some Melee fans now coming into the stream. If you are still watching, if you're still here on YouTube or on Twitch, let me know who your favorite is. Oh, everybody's still giving up their phones. So usually here at King's, you see like a table next to the feature table where all the phones are put and smartwatches and stuff like that, because obviously you're not allowed to have anything on you at a table like this that could receive any kind of information. We do have a 30-minute delay, but still, you know, you never know. People do bad things. So it's better to just be safe than sorry and just take all the electronic devices and remove them from the table. I think they've turned down the table volume quite a bit. Let's see if they turn it up again. Otherwise, I have to ask the production. There it is. They turned it up. We don't hear too much because the players don't have microphones attached to them, but we do hear a little bit of the conversations here and there, a little bit of the banter, the chip clacker. Okay, Lipajak says, give us some time picking favorites. We didn't see the other table and the players. I know, but sometimes if you wait too long, people bust. Yeah, you're right. We have there's like at least 3 players we haven't seen today yet. No, four players. So half the table basically, almost, we haven't seen yet today. I might actually already choose my favorite. So the thing is, I mentioned that before as well on the German stream. My colleague Stefan Hachmeister, who's commentating the German stream, he has a rule that you're not allowed to pick the chip leader, but I don't care. Like, if I commentate a stream, you can pick whoever you want as your favorite. So it can be the chip leader. And to be honest, this is what I'm going to do. I will pick Melee as my favorite, not because he's a chip leader, but because he plays very solid and he sometimes makes some cool moves, and I like that. And the others, no, exactly. Melee is going to be my favorite to win this event. So feel free to pick your favorites or give it a little more time. That's okay as well, because we haven't seen many of these guys yet. That Oz, who's in seat number 3 from Ukraine, he started the day as the chip leader. So although we haven't seen much of him, he's probably very strong. Yeah, Leopardjack says, based on how he played, I pick Millie too. Yeah, he's not the most entertaining player, but he's very solid, and well, I have to say he doesn't pay enough attention to the body language of his opponents. Like, there were a lot of situations where he could have just actually looked over and just looked at his opponent a little more. So my assumption is that he's more of an online player, so he probably has a lot of experience online. And that's why he's playing so solid and is pulling out these moves and so on. But he could get a lot more information by actually paying more attention. And people give stuff away, like like information. So that's maybe my one criticism of him. And he even has the sunglasses. He could put the sunglasses on and really stare at people, and they wouldn't even notice. And he stopped chewing gum, did he? Did he take it out? Maybe somebody gave him a hint what I said on the stream. No, his friends are probably listening to the German stream. The payout? No, unfortunately the YouTube payouts aren't correct. Hang on, I give you the correct ones. I do not have the power to change the YouTube commands. Okay, I posted them in the YouTube chat. Those are the correct payouts. So everybody has locked up 1,724. The winner gets 17,700, and obviously that's all plus bounties. We don't have information on how much players have won in bounties. Okay, there's another melee proponent. So far we only have melee fans. Yeah, that's more like it. That's true. Okay, so now we have Oz with ace queen offsuit versus Millie's ace jack offsuit. Pretty sure I've seen Oz before. It's probably at some other final table. Once again, Millie gets the better hand to fold. Wow. Tens for Stefano. Did we have tens already? I think right in the beginning we had tens. Then we haven't seen them since then. All right, Oz is in there with pocket fives. Jack, queen, deuce, flop. Continuation from Stefano. He doesn't want to fold his fives, but yeah, he does. USRB says, I had to roll back the video a minute to see that hand again. What do you think about that fold on the flop with the ace of diamonds on the 1/3 bet? I don't remember, and I can't really roll back right now. I'm so sorry. It's one of the things that I have to improve on, because once I've seen a hand or played a hand, it's done. It's done and gone. Like usually when I have a thought about something that I see, I'll say it, because that's usually what I do here. But don't ask me about hands that were in the past, then I'm lost. But the gun open from Millie with King Queen offsuit. You have to, like, is that a real name? Kamel Rimini? There's pocket jacks again. We've seen those a few times today. All right. As we can see, we have another strong player here. Again, like we do not know how much these guys have played together the last couple days. You know, you never know how much information they have about each other that we are not aware of. Right, another small pot for Millie. For those of you that live nearby King's Resort, today also starts the Dutch Classics. So the next festival kicking off. There's always something to play, and there's always a chance to end up at this TV table here as well, yourself. I want to sit here one day and have somebody else comment on me. That would be fun. I've only once been at a TV table that was in Ireland. It's pretty cool because the final table, there was even Andy Black was at the final table with me. And that was pretty epic to be able to play there with him. But unfortunately, I think he busted first. But as far as I remember, I came fourth. And I busted against aces, so it's a pretty cool experience, though. And that was on, they streamed it, and it was on the Irish poker, the Irish TV channel Air Sports. And you find the full video still on YouTube. It's Fitzwilliams Fitzfest. Fitzfest main event. I think it was 2015 or 2016. One of those. Anyway, we have an open from Marseille. Ace Queen suited. And there's the all-in from the universe. Ace Queen suited as well. We have clubs versus hearts. Oh, there's clubs. Yeah, that was it. Chop, chop. All right, it's gotten very quiet in the chats again. What other topic can we talk about other than poker or food? Ace Jack offsuit for Oz. Open raise from under the gun +3. Or the low jack. Strabitro. Hello, hello. Hi. I have one person alive in the chat. Nice. Once again, feel free to ask me any questions because I've been working in the poker industry for 19 years. I worked for PokerStars and GG Poker, WSOP. Now I'm the poker manager for bwin Germany. There's all kinds of stuff that I've seen and experienced in the poker world, so feel free to ask any questions. And I'm also living as a digital nomad and minimalist. I live out of 3 bags and travel the world and work online. So also feel free to ask any questions if you want, especially if the pokers is a little slow. Yoda Code says, I was thinking that poker doesn't get much TV time anymore, but then again, I don't watch TV anymore, so maybe I'm just not seeing it myself. Well, that's the thing, right? So if you look at the big deal that the WSOP made, not just with ESPN in the US, but also worldwide, I forgot what that name was of the company basically that they made the deal with, but it is on TV. But yeah, you're right. I mean, who's watching TV still? Like I realized I'm in a hotel room right now, and there's a big TV screen here, but it's like I can't even remember when it was the last time that I switched on a TV. Yeah. Sabitro says, greetings from Portugal. Have you ever been to Portugal? Yes, I have, actually. A couple of years ago, I was there for my birthday in Lisboa. And I also made a trip out to Porto. I think I was probably in Portugal for 2.5 weeks or something. I spent some time in Estoril, near the casino, in a hotel. That was really nice because I went running on the promenade there, and it's such a nice promenade, and it was just so harmonic and pretty there, and I really enjoyed it. And like normally, a lot of the Portuguese food wouldn't be something I would normally eat, but when I was there, it just fits. The country with the food, it all goes together and it's just perfect together. And I did like a sightseeing tour and a food tour and learned a lot about it, and it's I enjoyed it. A lot of digital nomads go to Portugal nowadays, but for me it's still a little too expensive. So I'm in Thailand right now, and next month I'll be in Vietnam. For me, it's nicer to be in places where it's actually very, very affordable, because I earn the same money, right? Doesn't matter where I am. So I'm trying to be in places that are affordable. Jody Kenny says, I was in Algarve. I loved that vacation. Yeah, I haven't been down there. I was in Lisbon and Estoril and then Porto. Yoda Code says, how often do you move, and are your locations always limited to places where you can play live poker? No, actually, because like I'm not actually playing much at the moment. I'm very much focused on working. So I do a lot of work in the poker industry. So my main job is I'm poker manager for bwin Germany. So I'm looking after the product and marketing in the country and so on. But I also do something like this. I do the commentary. I do some voiceover work for Kings. I do some article writing. So I mix it up and I do different things. And I just basically I make sure I'm in places that I like at times that I like. So right now I'm in Bangkok and it's actually rainy season. So it's quite miserable outside, to be honest. It's like hot and humid and rainy. So it's not very nice, but I'm not here for the weather at the moment. I'm here because it just fit into my plans, and I wanted to do like a health check. And Bangkok offers a lot of like really cool packages for full health checks. So that's what I'm doing here. And then afterwards, I'll be in Vietnam for 3 months if everything goes right. And that's literally also just because I found a hotel in Da Nang that I really like. I like to spend time there for a little longer and just basically just calm down, right? Like get a lot of work done and get the fitness going and all that, and then continue. But next year will be different. As I mentioned earlier on in the stream, next year is my 20-year poker anniversary, so there will be a lot more poker next year. So I will try and plan a lot of my travel around poker events for sure. Yoda Code says, I've been dreaming for years now to return to Southeast Asia and just move around for a couple of years. You're living my dream now. Thanks. Yeah, I've been doing this since 2019. I left my full-time job at PokerStars and started my own business, and so far so good. Sometimes you're slumming it, sometimes you live in 5-star hotels. All right, so what is happening here? Okay, never mind. Yeah, never a dull day in my life. Well, it depends, because like obviously I do have pretty much normal work days, but the cool thing is when I have my lunch break, I'm like in Thailand or I'm in Chile or in Canada or whatever. You know, that's the beauty of it. But I'm still working full time. It's just that the stuff between the work is then in a different country, right? So that's a lot of fun. KK19 says, can you recommend a good poker school for medium level? Let me think about it. I did, like, when I started working in the industry, I actually worked for a poker school, the poker school of Poker Stars. It was called IntelliPoker back then, but I don't think that exists anymore. To be honest, like, it depends a little bit on what you want to do. Like, if you want to play tournaments or cash games, right? Because there's so much content just on the internet, for free even. It depends on how you like to learn as well. So for me personally, I like to see people do stuff and then I like to try and imitate that. So I like to watch videos and replays and stuff like that. But I don't like to read articles or like, you know, read content and try and learn that way. So it depends a bit. For medium level, I'm really not sure because I personally have Raise Your Edge. That jumps in pretty high. So that's not really medium level anymore, I think. I can't think. I will put that question into the chats. So YouTube chat, Twitch chat. What would you suggest is like a good poker school for medium level? Because I can't. I feel like everything is already quite advanced. Yoda Code says, right, I've stayed for 2 months with just a backpack in 2022 and it was perfectly fine. Yeah. Downside that everybody talks about is the fact that you can't really create proper human connections. Yeah, that's absolutely true. So I have a lot of, like, the whole digital nomad community is all over the world all the time. And I've just been in Bansko, that's my base, that's where I'm registered and, you know, in Bulgaria, and I pay my taxes there and everything. And there was just the Bansko Nomad Fest. So there were like 1,000 digital nomads from all over the world came there. And there's so many people that I know then. And then so for 2 weeks, I was surrounded by like 50, 60 people that I know. And then everybody disperses again. But then again, from December, January, I'm usually in Koh Lanta in Thailand. And then again, there's like 20 people that I know. And then we have a Christmas party there and then I make new friends, right? But the deep connections, that's really something that's often an issue for digital nomads. Because it's very rare that you say, hey, let's just travel together, because everybody is quite individualistic and you have your plans already, and it's difficult to just align them and say, let's do that together. Yeah. Anyway, so we have King Jack offsuit for the universe. And Marseille with 8-9 offsuit. Nobody flops anything. Bet call, king on the turn, so the universe turns a pair of kings here. Check, check. 4 on the river, doesn't change anything. Yes. All in, fold. Okay, there we go. Yoda code, and you find yourself mostly at the same stage explaining basic stuff about you, because by the time people get to know you, the location changes again. Well, but the thing is, to be honest, that's a little bit of the difference if you're inside that nomad community, because the conversations start at a different level normally, which is, I'm not saying that to like brag or something, but it's usually your conversations start elsewhere. So it's basically, you know, when I'm telling somebody in Germany, oh, when I was in Seoul in Korea and I went to this little shop and then people almost think I want to brag about my lifestyle or my life, but I just want to share an experience that I had. And if I'm among other digital nomads, they pick that up and say like, oh yeah, I had that when I was in Namibia or whatever. And then you just exchange experience that you had like in the world with certain things. And it's not about, hey, I've traveled more than you, or I've traveled to better places, or it's more like really exchanging experiences. So the conversations start elsewhere. So that's probably something I can recommend if you ever want to do this kind of lifestyle. Try be around people that travel a lot themselves, because then you don't have to start the conversation at the same point every time, because the conversations start at a different point. Rabitro says, I think that knowing the world is a very cool thing. Yeah, that's a very great statement. Knowing the world is a very cool thing. That's like a t-shirt. We'll put that on a t-shirt. Hey, Richard is back. After eating an oven dish with ox heart cabbage, carrots, beans, and bacon and cheese. Interesting. Ox heart cabbage, carrots, beans, bacon, and cheese. Okay. Do you know that Monty Python's spam sketch? That's it. Somehow your description sounds a little bit like that. Sausage and spam. Sausage and bacon and spam. And spam, spam, beans, bacon, and spam. I don't like spam. Okay, I'm sorry guys if you haven't seen that. It's a great sketch. Like if you just put on YouTube Monty Python spam, it's amazing. I can laugh. Yeah, I can laugh every time when I see that. All right, Ace Jack offsuit for Camel. Apparently that sketch actually was the root for the word spam in emails because of that sketch, apparently, allegedly. That's why they named emails that you don't want to receive spam. Yeah, final table already. But they are quite deep. So yes, we are at the final table, but it was it started quite deep. There was the shortest stack was 15 big blinds. So even reaching the final table doesn't mean we're gonna be fast, yeah. Right, dealer change means we are seeing the blinds here. Yeah, as you can see, this is pretty deep. Smallest stack is 18 big blinds, biggest stack is 63. And then we have just a massive middle field between 20 and 40 big blinds. So this will take a while. But I haven't heard many other favorites here in the chat. So most people say melee. So I picked melee as well as my favorite. But like, who else? Like, there must be some friends and fans of other players, or is everybody just for melee? Richard, yes, of course, you picked the shorty, Mr. Universe, the Universe. Oh, you have a second as well. Okay, Richard as a second chooses Pan. Okay. I don't have a second. I'll make it as if melee should bust early, which what I doubt would happen, then I might choose a second, but look at Queens for Abrechner. The way you could translate Abrechner is a bit like the Punisher, in a way. Not literally, but from the meaning. Leperjack says, looking at the game, only Oz and Melee are good players. Oz is the only player that is not that tight, so still Melee. I think Abrechner is pretty good as well, but his hands were a little tight and we didn't see that much of him so far. But I think he's quite strong as well. And I think the Russian is pretty good as well. But we also haven't seen that much yet. All right, 2 players to the flop of Jack, Jack, Ace. King high for Stefano, good for now. Another Jack on the turn. All right, pot for Stefano. Leperjack says, yeah, but Abrechner is a bit too tight for my liking. King Jack off is too little for him to play, as I saw here. I like beer. Says Marseille is by far the only professional at the table. I'm not sure about that, but if he's the only professional. I've definitely seen Oz before. He's won some stuff at Kings. He looks very familiar from like winner photos or something. And as we found out, that Pan, the Russian player, that he's won some stuff as well. Doesn't make them professionals, but they've proven that they can play. Richard Abrechner, I will deal with you later when I bust you. Free translation, yeah. I think maybe it's even the German translation of the show, The Punisher. I could imagine that they translate it as Abrechner. And Vani says, is there a big mystery bounty left? The biggest that's left is 2,700 euros. Yeah, Leopard said maybe the only Polish player will win. Well, you know, that's the thing, right? This is the Polish Poker Masters. So it should be a Pole winning it. Let's see. Right, there was an open race from the universe with King Jack offsuit. Kamil finds pocket sixes in the big blind. Defend. King 8 ace. The universe hits a pair of kings. Oh, wow. I was so sure that Kamil is not going to play that. Oh my god, he knew something. I was so sure he's gonna fold that. And then he calls and he hits his set on the turn. This is crazy. He had a feeling. He was reading the deck. The universe playing time bank just to give himself a bit more time to think about this. Yeah, it's right. Like some players do that when they hit something strong, they go all in. Yeah, okay, the universe has the right feeling here folds his pair of kings. There's a question on Twitch. Stefano, mystery bounties. We don't know. We do not know what bounties players have won. We've seen a couple random ones in between where they showed some of the mystery bounty draws, but we don't have information on the bounty prices, how they are distributed. Great for Millie. He folds. What? Okay, that's something somebody said earlier, right? That Millie might be a little tight. I think that was a little too tight. Maybe he doesn't want to tangle with Oz. Is Oz in the big blind? Is that what's happening? No. Strange. Somebody said Abrechner is too tight. He just opened King 7 suited and he runs into the kings. Once again, kings. At the kings. There was an error in the graphics? Okay, wow. So he didn't fold pocket 8s. Interesting. Normally production lets us know if there was an error, but they probably didn't notice. Ah. No joy with the kings here for the only remaining Polish player. Ace 10 of clubs for Tony. Oh, and now we have pocket 8s for Kamel Remini. Oh, he's from France, right? So he's Kamel Remini. Oh, wow. Call from Marseille, and now Oz has pocket 6s as well. Calls as well, and then the universe is going to call as well. I mean, there is a chance that he shoves, but I don't think so against so many players. Are we going to see a flop with 5 players? Yes, we are. Fun times. Let's spin the wheel. Queen, deuce, deuce. The universe hits a queen. There's 2 hearts though. Marseille has hearts. Only bets with ace high. Oh wow, the queen folded. All right, ace on the turn. Now Tony had the right feeling. Coming out. Marseille still with a flush draw. So yeah, no, not enough. Nice pot for Tony here. Everybody's calling for like really bad cards to come for like car crashes. Everybody folds around to the blinds, and this is the first walk. Now he has pocket eights and gets a walk with it. That's the first walk we saw all day. Okay, Richard. But then you also have to look at how often you won with aces. I'm not sure if I told that story before, but I had a boyfriend once, and he just kept whining about that he loses every flip, and I'm like, no, you're not. You know, it's like it's not how it works. And then he just loved to just whine about it and just like, oh, I'm so unlucky, blah blah blah, and just like this victim mentality. And then I said to him, just make a list, like put a list next to your computer, and actually write down how often you suck out and how often you get sucked out on. And then he wasn't willing to do that. He wanted to keep whining. So I'm like, okay, do whatever. And it's probably one of the reasons why we're not in a relationship anymore. Yeah, but it is natural, right? So humans are supposed to remember the bad outcomes because we're supposed to learn from that, right? But if you're then not willing to actually look it up and really look at it with the data that we have, then there's something else at play. In the case of my ex-boyfriend, there was the victim mentality. Anyway, this is pretty exciting here. Open ender for Stefano, but Oz already made the straight, flopped the straight. Now the board pairs on the turn. Bet from Oz. Stefano only has 21 big blinds behind. He still has an open ender and an overcard. He lets it go. Good fold, Stefano. Hang on, because he's Italian, you don't say Stefano, you say Stefano, right? Isn't that the enunciation on the first syllable? Stefano. Stefano. Mm. Enunciation the right word, or is it just emphasis? All right, open raise from melee from the button with ace 8 in clubs. Abrechner in the big blind, defense with 10-9 offsuit. Ace queen 6. So nice flop for melee. Probably a continuation bet coming. And a quick fold. There we go. Tens für Marseille. Marseille. And that was it. Raise and take it. Ah, thank you, Max. Okay, Monsieur is Mache. Mache. Thank you. It's sometimes it's so difficult to figure out how names are pronounced. Mache. Thank you. Petrzelnicek says there's some issue with Melin's card reader or something. He got dealt the 8 of clubs like 5 times in a row at least. One time another player also got the 8 of clubs. Yeah, that's not good. I have no information here from the production. Oh, set of 9s for Tony. Ah, doesn't get more value here. Okay, let's watch the card reader thing. I think I'd be on the beers as well. Every level is beer level. All right, open raise from Oz with King Jack offsuit under the gun +1. Billy has 8 of clubs again. That really seems to be an issue. Okay, I informed the production team. Maybe they can have a look at that. What was that? All right, dealer change. Blinds are up. 300,000, 600,000 with a 600,000 big blind ante. And now things look a little different. We have a shorty with the universe, then Camel, Pan, Stefano, Abrechner. Fairly short, but still okay. And then a middle field with Mache, Tony, and then 2 big stacks with Oz and Melee. Yeah, I sent that information to the production team. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't notice. Just want to make clear, like, I'm watching 2 chats and the stream and the production chat. So I'm looking at a lot of different things, so that I didn't notice. Yeah, he has 8 of clubs again. Definitely, there's something weird. There is some kind of error. Oh yeah, and there's another player who just also had 8 of clubs. There's definitely a problem. But Bogdan says, I played in this tournament, but I was eliminated 58th place yesterday, plus 2 mystery bounties. All right, so unfortunately not made the final day, but at least 2 mystery. Was it good mystery bounties? Okay, it was confirmed that there is a problem with the software, so we do have to pay attention that sometimes the card readers are not reading properly, so we might not have the correct display, which doesn't make it easy to commentate on this, which I just told the team as well. It's like, they need to let us know if there's an issue, because it makes us look weird when we're like commentating on this, and it also makes the players look strange. The way they're playing stuff, right? So if there's a problem with the software, we need to know. All right, his name is Maciej. Cleo is his nickname, and he's from Wrocław. Is that right? Wrocław? Right, I'll just keep commentating as if the cards are correct. But let's see. Right, open raise from Maciej from the button. And that's enough with 9-10 offsuit. Why? Oh wow, it was Bogdan. That sounds great. 450 plus 45 plus 120 for 58. My third experience at Kings. Last one, I was placed 21. Good luck to all the players on the final table. Nice. Good going. The buy-in was 165 euros, and 45 euros of those went into the bounty prize pool. So Abrechner now with ace queen offsuit opens it up from under the gun +1 of a 17 big blind stack. Three, jack, 7, 2 hearts. Ace, queen still ahead. Okay, even more ahead. Although now there's a straight draw for Kamil. Yeah, this is the English stream. English chat only, please. If you want to do German, you can go to the German stream.
Player 15, William, something like this.
So wherever you're tuning in, basically we do have an English stream on YouTube and Twitch, and we do have a German stream also on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, the sixes go in the mug. Okay, Millie still has the 8 of clubs, but now I have no idea if it's correct or not. I can't trust the 8 of clubs. Yeah, I guess it wasn't the 8 of clubs. He probably would have called this if it had been pocket 8. So it seems like we still have an issue with the display here. So there's some kind of error that melee always has the 8 of clubs. And probably other things that we haven't noticed yet, but that one we noticed. Yeah, 8 of clubs again. YouTube chat Puchasmatics. Best regards to the Wizards Club from Wroclaw. We're all keeping our fingers crossed for our representative, Cleo. Good luck to everyone, Masu. Thank you so much. Yeah, and obviously, it makes the most sense if a Polish player wins the Polish Poker Masters, right? That's what we should all root for. Yeah, so again, we do not know if melee actually holds the 8 of clubs because there is a technical problem. So we do not know if he has 2 pair now. It's a little frustrating not knowing if this is correct, but yeah. Okay, so we know for sure that, or no, we don't know anything for sure, but let's assume that melee has a full house with an 8, but maybe he has a full house with a 7. We don't know. We are going to see. Okay, we're not really seeing it. Okay, never mind. It was like a hero call from Abrechner with ace high. But it looks like melee actually had the 8-7 there. So I think we will have a little bit of a reset to reset the software to make sure we don't have that issue anymore. 2 more hands. Bird says, uh-oh, someone is on tilt. got a little emotional there. I have to be careful. Feels he got rivered. Yeah, again, like, because we don't know if Meili actually had the 8 of clubs or not. Ace King suited for pun. Meili again with 8 of clubs. Surprise. Okay, they're bringing new cards now as well. Definitely know that there is an issue. All right. Next hand with fresh cards. Ace Queen offsuit for Maciej. Oh, and Ace Queen offsuit for Oz. Yeah, ICM, Schmeicm. All right, we do have a break after this hand, so hopefully they will fix the technical error, because it's really not easy to commentate when you don't know if the cards are correct. Ah, so he has his nickname on his shirt. Now I understand. Cleo, and it's Poker Wizards Club in Wrocław. So this should end up in a split unless somebody bluffs the other one off, but now with the queen on the river, this is not going to happen. Here you go. Chop, chop. So we are going on a break. It's going to be about 20 minutes, and then we're back. And please, let's hope that the display is fixed when we come back, because the players will look better and the commentators will look better as well. Okay, looks like they haven't announced the break yet. But here's again the chip count. So we have a bunch of shorties now. Universe, Abrechner, Kamel, Pan, Stefano, and then a strong middle field and Meli as the absolute chip leader here with 27% of the chips in play in front of him. And yeah, so this is, I think, an unscheduled break to fix the technical issues. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so about 20 minutes, we'll be back. And hopefully technical issues have been solved. So see you again in about 20 minutes.
They didn't do too bad in the end.
No, sir.
Built quite a franchise.
Indeed.
So we've had another beauty school dropout on the outer table. 11 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,075. Johan says, good luck, enjoy the stream. I have to go. I'm playing bridge this evening. Boo.
Boo, indeed.
You picked the right day to play bridge. You're going to miss this amazing event, Johan. But alas, you can catch it on the replay, I'm sure. Go give them hell, son. Thanks for your help. Best of luck in your bridge. More big pairs. Aces again. Sabashenko. Very nice hand.
So many premiums, Dan.
Very much so, Alan. Queens, kings, and aces. Like they're going out of fashion here. We haven't even played that many orbits. Trunk going for 3-bet to 1.7 million. Sabashenko with such a nice hand here. The Jack 10 suited. Just a tough spot when your opponent has sub 20 bigs behind. Sucks to put this in the muck all the same. I was going to say he's going to be tempted to peel.
I think I'd be tempted to peel myself, man, to be honest with you, in this situation. Small blind, big blind, or small blind button dynamic.
Yeah, it's just the trunk isn't that deep behind, and it is a significant portion of our stack. But for just 1.2 million more, it is less than 5 bigs. could go either way. You would prefer if your opponent in the small blind had more chips. That would make it more advantageous to call, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
And if you made it any bigger, you could just let it go. Like if it was 2 million or 2.2. Again, trunk has 4.4. So it's just an ideal spot. He goes for a sneaky check. And that should induce about a bet of $1 million from Sabashenko because he's got backdoors working for him. He could get his opponent to fold some sort of holdings that contain an ace that he might just be check folding with on this 8-5 deuce board. You'd be inclined to bet here yourself, Alan.
Yeah, exactly for the reasons you mentioned. The thing is, I would like a check call, and he does check call, man. I was hoping he wasn't going to check raise. It's like, there isn't many bad turn cards. I mean, that one's still pretty irrelevant for the most part. But like his check call range, man, just looks like king queen, ace jack, ace queen, etc. So Sabashenko might go for another bet here again on the turn potentially. But I really like the flat and the flop for sure with the aces.
Yeah. Now, what's Trunk's range looking like, though? It's got to be pretty strong to 3-bet pre and check call the flop. You will have hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe. We block ace jack. Might have... I don't think he has something like king jack or a king queen that's hoping to get the showdown. So he is kind of capped in this exact spot.
There might be some king queen of diamonds here, for example, although maybe that might be better to just bet yourself and just deny equity and get some folds on the flop. So yeah, I think the bulk of what we kind of mentioned in terms of the check call range is like that strong ace high region, and in something like, you know, kings and aces. So it's an interesting spot nonetheless, and Shabashenko does go for another bet on the turn.
Yeah, it's a smallish sizing, but it's not really relative to Trunk's stack. Goes for the second barrel, and this is what Trunk wants his opponent to do. The only problem is how much 8x does Trunk think Savchenko has? He shouldn't have too much 8x in his range. Perhaps this is just a bit of Hollywood. I'd expect to see him just call again.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, man, with if he's considering raising here, I really don't like it because, and he does, I think, announce it, yeah. It's just like, if Shabashenko is bluffing, man, just let him bluff. Like, again, I think if a flush completes on the river, yeah, it's not the cleanest, man, but...
To commit to my stack, especially in PKOs, but they want to give the impression that they are either of a nuts or air type of a holding, and I want to see how much I see this transfer to the live realm. I did go with the nines, but I was like, this looks super strong, and I don't have a read to suggest that he's going to have a hand like ace-9 or an ace-6 suited, but I had seen it multiple times that week from good players, so I went with my hand. It's standard enough stuff. But before, you just wouldn't see that being a thing, these less than 3x 3 bets from out of position. If you see someone don't do this 5 years ago, you'd be calling them a donkey, etc.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's just like
yeah, I'm a bit confused. I don't really know if it's supposed to do that, but I just think it's so many of these schedules online now are PKOs that they don't want to commit themselves to the bounty, so they're making these smaller sizes. So perhaps it is only occurring in bounty tournaments and not so much in the normal vanilla no limit hold'em. But I'm interested to see what sort of things we can pick up throughout the week about adjustments players have made in the last 12 months.
Yeah, this is the thing, man. Like, it's the game is like always evolving in some way or form, and sometimes it can be a big detail, and sometimes it can just be the latter, you know. And that's why it's very, very important to keep up with these trends, man, because, you know, if you're not doing that or being put in these situations, like, there's one thing about poker, man, in my opinion, that it's always very important to put people in a situation that they're not comfortable with or they don't have awareness on, and because when that happens, man, they're going to make mistakes. because you're bound to make mistakes in a situation that you don't have solid awareness over, and that's what I really enjoy with poker mostly. You know, battling against good competition, even when they put you in a situation, it's a great opportunity to learn something new.
Yeah, I'm actually glad I brought that to your attention because it's something that I've been wondering about. It's keeping me up at night. Just these spots.
Mm.
And Sabashenko gonna bet 300k here. I like picking your brain, Alan. So it's great that you've got the cash game background. I've got the tournament background. Obviously, a little bit rusty in terms of playing online. Not so much commentating on it.
No, but it's still good to, cause man, like you know yourself that like live and online, yeah, they're gonna share some similarities, but like they're both kind of unique experiences in their own way. You know, maybe live games you're gonna have a lot more, let's say, recreationals and stuff like that, where you know deviating against them in the right way is very important. And just like adapting. Like there's one thing that I always say to guys I coach and stuff like that, man, is like nothing is static. You need flexibility and strategy and being situationally aware in every, you know, like in every single moment. So important, man. As I said, flexibility and strategy and not playing static defaults X, Y, Z. For sure, very important, man. And that doesn't matter what format you're playing. It's like having solid awareness on any node against any player, massively important in the long run, bro. And how you deviate based on that.
Yeah. Obviously, the cash game is very intricate, especially how deep you are all the time. So you're not going to see too much of that, but it's still applicable in hands. This is a tough spot here for. Oh, you looked a bit shaky there.
Little bit.
So he bet calls on the turn, goes for a very small sizing, 300k, gets raised considerably to 1.25 million. Sabashenko's hands is going to be a little bit too good to fold just yet. Trunk is just going to have a lot of hands that beats him. Perhaps he's got some semi-bluffing hands or thinks he can get his opponent to fold a hand like a 7 or a weak 9. Obviously just wants to get more value on the turn. There's a lot of bad rivers. Case in point, the 8 of diamonds.
Sabashenko needs to donk this river. He has to. Like, it's absolutely mandatory. Again, like, it doesn't matter that he has the straight here. It's just like, even if he had the, I don't know, some naked 9x here, I think just going for like a 10% bet here or something like that is very good. But, you know, he has this here, so it doesn't matter too much. But, like, it's not like Trunk won't have some 10x here. But I do think it's going to be more favorable for Sabashenko, and he does end up donking.
I was going to say I want to see him bet around $1 million, and he goes for $1 million.
Yeah, literally. Nice.
Well, I didn't say it before he bet it, but that's
Well,
I was about to ask. Well, as soon as you'd finished talking, how much do you want him to bet? I said he wants to bet about a quarter of his stack here, and he goes for
Pretty,
about a quarter of his stack.
Quite an annoying spot here now for Trunk. The thing is, like, for sure he can have some bluff raises on the turn here. Obviously, it's not the case in this example, but really annoying spot for Trunk. It's just a matter of what his perception is on Sabashenko here. Does he think he's ever bluffing here, or, you know, going for that sort of range that I said with like maybe some King 9 that might do this to slow down the action? Well, yeah, I mean, not a great spot for 2-pair here. It's not impossible as well for Sabashenko to maybe lead some 9-8 here as well in this situation, but you know, I don't think Trunk really beats too much here in this situation.
This is a really tough spot for Trunk because Sabashenko is not really going to have any natural bluffs on this river, so it is like you're saying, a strong 9x. He did raise chunky amount, nearly $1 million extra on the turn to get his information, to get external value. It's such a horrible river for him in a sizable pot. Every chip mattering so much, and this one, 23 big blinds in this pot and counting. I don't know if he can fold Alan for the reasons you aforementioned there. What about if your opponent is betting with a hand like Queen 9, King 9, Ace 9, Jack 9 seems to be a bit of a stretch, although you would block the high end of the straight with that holding.
I think with the potential, you know, one pair of hands here like 9x, I don't know, would Shabashenko even lead potentially? And if he does, man, I think he should go for a smaller one. Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, bro. It's kind of hard to find the um, natural bluffs here that didn't kind of, you know, bet turn, call a raise, and then kind of find the bluffs here on the river. You know, it's just like I always think about these spots, man, where people have to study this and have good awareness on what they should bluff, and it's a really infrequent spot where, you know, flop checks through, probe small on the turn, get raised, and yeah, trying to find the natural bluffs here on the river. It's very, 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 very unintuitive, you know.
Such a tough spot here for Trunk. It's very hard to find any natural bluffs, like you just said. He's not going to have much 5x, so he will have a decent amount of 10x. Know exactly what's happening next. So it's always we talk about compound mistakes, but the opposite of compound mistakes, propelling you to learn more at a rapid rate and just can't get enough of it. There's nothing like getting the poker bug. There's enough times where you don't feel like playing, like we talked about earlier. You're on a lull, you need a break, and sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the goddamn screen. But that's not what happens this time of the year. September, October, just watching all the online stuff, and that gets me hyped, especially the GG series, etc. Gets me hyped then for the WSOP, and here we are. So I'll be sure to be listening in to all the proper pros now for the main event, etc. Sending in the big dogs. Shout out to Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, and Dempsey. They do a stellar job. But it's our time now, Alan.
Indeed.
Menga raising to 500k with the Kings. We've got more action here. DiPercio with the two black ladies is all in. He's in trouble. This is a cooler situation.
Indeed. We saw the ladies quite a bit, Dan, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, considering we've only played 33 or commentated on 33 hands. 6.3 million in this pot. DiPercio after doubling up. Sucks. You get your double up. You're back to 10 bigs.
Yep.
You're feeling groovy.
Yep.
And then, oh God, you're going to have 5 million and change now. But Menga with the Kings at Kings. It's going to be tough to beat. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Just one lady can save him, but it's not to be. Jack of diamonds.
Bunch of queens. Not many of the other ones. Seen a lot of all-in situations with them combos of hands as well. So have doubles here under the gun. Just going to be getting out of the way. So all players guaranteed about 7k right now on top of the ticket that I just mentioned. If you manage to make the final 9, you are guaranteed 9k. And then obviously pay jumps escalate after that. That felt so ugly. Yeah. Feedback has been indifferent, we'll say, with the table felt. Can hardly barely see the cards. Yeah, there might be some adjustments made in future about that old trick. We'll have to stick it out for this stream for today. So yeah, just 105k up top, lads. Not any amount of small pocket change by any means. We do have Menga limping in here on the small blind. The 10-6 suited. We got Daniel here now in the big blind with 9-4 off. One would assume he's probably going to check this back. He does elect to do so. Does end up flopping trips here. Does go check, check. Menga does pick up a flush draw here. I might start betting on this ace turn. Just surprised to not see that. Menga's going to have some possible limps with ace-x in his range. He does have equity here with a gut shot and a flush draw, so surprised to not see him at least take a stab here on this turn card. Daniel, on the other hand, coming out for a bet. It's under half pot, around, well, more or less half pot, you could argue. And Menga does elect to check call. Very interesting river. Gives Daniel the full house and Menga the flush. Just check. So I assume Menga is, or sorry, Daniel Shammer. I'm just going to say Shammer because it's easier. Wow, big all in here. I don't expect Menga to call here, but it's hard to see a bluff here in Shammer's shoes. He's asking for a count here. I mean, it's hard to say what's right or wrong here, but I do think we could find a fold here. Like, is Shammer going to try and bluff Menga off an ace here? Arguably. It's a pretty ballsy move, though, if he decided to do that. Just a horrible river for Menga because he does improve the flush, but you really got to piece together what Shammer is going to try and bluff this river here in this situation, you know. Hard to find bluffs. And the thing is, they're playing the board here. If Menga decided to check call maybe with some king high on the turn, he does call. Not going to be happy with that. Not going to be happy with that. Very difficult to fold there. I get it. But it's also difficult to potentially find a bluff.
Rizai, much of the same. I'm sure all of these guys are, but
All right, welcome back at King's Resort in Rozvadov in Czech Republic. We are still at 9 players, so the final table of the Polish Poker Masters main event. It was a €165 buy-in event. 45 euros of those went into the mystery bounty prize pool. We are down to 9 players. We did have a little bit of technical issues, but they should be resolved, so very sorry to the viewers and the players. The issue should be okay now. So we got the apology from the production team. This stuff happens, right? It's like technology, right? Anyway, we do see the stacks here. So we have 2 absolute shorties with the Universe and Abrechner. And then we have 1 big stack with Meli. And even for Kamel, Pan, Stefano, it doesn't look too peachy with 13 and 17 big blinds. The rest is pretty comfortable for now. And yeah, we are playing down to a winner at the moment. Everybody has locked up 1,724 euros. And the winner is set to take home 17,700. That is all plus bounties and plus a 3,000 euro Kings Million European Championship ticket package. If the players at some point decide to come to an agreement and make a deal. And that means they still have to play for 10% of the remaining prize pool and the trophy, obviously. And the blinds will get halved, so things will get faster. But obviously, at the moment, there will be not any talks about a deal just yet. And my name is Christin Maschmann, and I will lead you through the rest of this final table until we have found a winner. Feel free to ask questions in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat, because sometimes the pokers might get a little boring. And then we can talk about other stuff like food and so on. Yeah, what happened earlier was, and we noticed when we thought like players were making like strange moves, and then one of the viewers in the YouTube chat said, "Hey, hang on, that player got the same card all the time." So there was some issue with the reader or with the cards, we don't know, but they fixed it now. But it was very difficult to commentate, right, when you're not sure if the cards are actually the ones that are displayed. Yeah, Camel can have the 8 of clubs. The problem was that Millie had the 8 of clubs every hand. Right, we do have the all-in from the universe with King 10 offsuit. Melee did call. Yeah, there we go, all-in call. Right, the flop. Ace, ace, 5, 2 spades. And Millie does have the spades. At the moment, the universe is still ahead. 5 of hearts. And there's another spade on the river. We lose the universe. Sorry, but that nickname is just weird. We lose the universe in 8th place. 9th place. Takes home 1,724 euros. Now we have 8 players left. And so they have locked up 2,230. And all that is obviously plus bounty. Esoteric Gegner, what's the max bounty? At the moment, the remaining largest bounty is 2,700 euros. But the biggest overall was 13,500, but I don't know when that went, but I think we started the day without it. Looks like Oz hasn't come back from the break, or did he just stand up again? Right, Abrechner here with 9 big blinds, all in with ace-jack offsuit. Not going to get any customers here. The payouts, the payouts in YouTube aren't correct. The command is not updated. Hang on. These are the correct payouts. Unfortunately, I can't edit them. Right, Tony with pocket sevens.
Big blind catch up. You win. Yes, you were great.
Ace king offsuit for Maciej. Jack, Jack, Queen, 2 diamonds. Maciej has the king of diamonds. But that's it. Right, chip counts. Millie, 72. He's running away now with a stack. 72 big blinds. And we have basically 4 shorties and then 3 midfield players. Right, okay, we are continuing. Blinds are still 300,000, 600,000 with a 600,000 big blind ante. Pan opens from under the gun with King Jack in diamonds. Camel wakes up with pocket tens. He only has 9.8 big blinds, so this probably will go all in, but he is playing another time bank card. Go all in. Also was dreaming. So we do not have the information which bounties are still in. But I think the largest that is still available is the 2,700 euros. We will see here and there, we will see how the players are drawing their mystery bounties, so then we see what's left. But I don't have the live information on that. Okay, another dealer change. Still the same blinds, but Camel with a couple more chips now. So the only absolute shorty now is Abrechner. Ja, Kabinett wird sich. Exactly. I think it was just the 2,700 that was the start of the day, and I think it's still in. So one of these guys still has a chance to win it. Right, 6, 4, 3, 2 spades. Mache has the spade draw. Bets and takes it. Stefano has some food on the rail, so he keeps going back and forth, coming back munching. I assume you're not allowed to eat at the TV table anymore. One is all in with ace-3 offsuit. And Kamel wakes up with pocket jacks. Battle of the blinds between the two here. Yeah, there you go. All in call. Ace-3 versus pocket jacks. The dreaded pocket jacks. We had them a couple times today, but they were behaving quite well. Both players almost the same stacks. Eight, 8-5. Jack still good. King on the turn. Only an ace for Pan. No, doesn't come. We lose the Russian in 8th place. He receives 2,230 euros. Oh yeah, Richard, your shorties are gone, sorry. And now we have 7 players left and they all locked up 2,900 euros. With a mystery bounty draw, I never know what the right strategy is. Do you want to go as early as possible to have the chance to get the big prizes? Or do you not want to go as early as possible because that's when most of the low prizes are still in? Does it matter? Should it be completely randomized? I know Dara O'Carney has written a book about... What did he write one about mystery? Oh, yeah, he did, right? About mystery bounties? Because it has like a bit of like special strategy to it. And he's a math guy. I'm not a math guy. But he explains in his book like how that works. I should probably read that. But I read like Dara O'Carney was one of my coaches back in the days, and like as soon as he starts with math, like my brain just goes like, nope, not having that. I'm like fully cliche language person, but not a math person. Okay, we have ace 5 versus ace 4. Raise from Camel from the button, and then a 3-bet from Oz from the big blind. Yeah, it's enough. Oz wins the pot with the worse ace. So Camel is actually going to draw his bounty now that he just won. Let's see what he gets. First of all, ace 8 deuce 2 clubs here. And there we see Camel. And you see the 2,700 is still there. Quite a big prize still left. Drum roll. 450. Not bad. Richard Dara is from the same birth year as me. All right. Yeah, there was a time when I was good friends with Dara and Dara Okani and David Lappin, but I was working for PokerStars at the time, and they started hating a lot on PokerStars, and then we started having a little bit of issues. All right, Oz makes 2 pair on the river. This is the kind of spot where we saw Millie in the past pulling the trigger and pulling out a nice move, but I have a feeling this time he's not gonna do it. Just be done with the hand. Don't have to win every hand. He's not done yet. There's the fold. Interesting how Oz is like completely animated and just doing his thing instead of keeping like a straight poker face. It's quite interesting to see as well. Definitely something interesting to pay attention to. Because he was strong and he was very animated and moving around, which normally people don't do when they are strong. Yeah, that was interesting. I think Oz has a lot of live poker experience. So I would assume that we're not gonna learn a lot about his tells, if he has any. Seven, six deuce. Two clubs, so an open ender for melee. Two overcards and an inside straight draw for Stefano. Melee wins the pot. And Stefano. He's so annoying with the chips. Stop that. Stop that. It's not even a chip trick, it's just annoying. Winnet Virtue says, I played with Oz yesterday and from all the players left to me, he seemed like the most unexperienced. Well, we know that he already won a bunch of stuff at Kings. So he's definitely not unexperienced. Maybe you had an unlucky table draw with a lot of very experienced players, but I have a feeling this guy has a lot of experience. Definitely seen his name several times already at, I mean, it's just Oz, but I've seen his face as well in like chip counts or like winner photos and so on. It's just your impression. Yeah, maybe he does that on purpose, and maybe he seems unassuming, you know. Silent killer. He was quite emotional. All right. He seems really level today. But he also got a really good bounty. Maybe that's why he's more relaxed now. Right, ace king of hearts for Stefano. And Maciej had opened. There's the all-in from Stefano. Fold from painful fold from Maciej. But the correct one. Good threes for Millie. Open from the hijack. Aces for Abrechner. What a timing for him. 3.9 big blinds. Amel thinking about it with queen 5 suited in the big blind. Nope, he's not doing it. Renette says, I cross my fingers for Kamel. I shared a couple of tables with him and he's a really nice guy. Okay. Finally, we have another fan here. Because so far, almost everybody is supporting Millie. 5, 8, 9. Ace is still good. Four of hearts. Only a 3 for Millie. Otherwise, the aces double up. Yep, there we go. Double up. Bird says, what's the weight for with queen 5 of diamonds? Well, first of all, he didn't pay attention. He didn't see fully that there was an open from Millie. And then the all-in was only for like 4 big blinds. So that's why he was thinking. Keep in mind, this is a bounty tournament. There's always a little bit of an extra layer to it. But Kamel is playing a little more slow than the others. Queen Jack of clubs for Stefano. Right, another pot for Abrechner. Pocket sixes for Abrechner. He's running hot. Yeah, not an all-in bet, just an open race. Oh, pocket eights. For Tony. Wow, fold from Abrechner. Respect the 3-bet from Tony. Pocket fours for Kamel. And the cutoff is an open race. Stefano. Stop with the chip thing. Ooh. King 5-7, all clubs. None of the players have clubs. Continuation bet from Kamel. And it's good. Really shows the ace trying to fish for information. He always a good trick. Oh, I show you one. Come on, show me one as well. Mhm. SL Cardinal says, hey guys, do we know if there's any big bounties left? The only really big one is the 2,700 that's still left. E9 suited open raise from Kamel. The top bounty was like 13,300, I think. What is the command for? Ah, there it is. Okay, bounties. And we see the chip counts. The blinds are up now 400,000, 800,000, 800,000. Big blind Ante Abrechner now with 11 big blinds. Stefano with 12. Then we have a middle field and Meli still the chip leader with 46 big blinds. Look at queens for Maciej. Ah, no customers. Yeah, just a question. Who's commentating? My name is Christin Maschmann. I've been helping out at King's since 2020. The middle of COVID, I was actually commentating at King's. Now I'm doing this remotely. But I'm jumping in whenever I'm needed in the German stream or the English stream. And I'm enjoying this a lot. I've been working in the poker industry, in marketing, and all kinds of different roles since 2008. So I've been around the poker industry for almost 19 years. I've been playing for 20 years. And now I have my own business and work remotely, live as a minimalist and digital nomad, and do all kinds of poker stuff. Mainly, I'm the poker manager for bwin Germany. All right, but we do have an all-in here from Abrechner with Ace King in hearts. Let's see if he finds a customer, but it doesn't look like it. Want to hear any fun stories about the poker world or poker players that I hung out with or something, let me know, because it's almost 20 years that I've been playing, so a lot of stories. I even wrote a book about some of the stories about my first 7 visits to Las Vegas and my first 7 years in the poker industry. You can find it on Amazon under my name, or it's called StripNet. So a knit, I'm a knit on the strip, on the Las Vegas strip. Yeah, Massaman. Honestly, like, I was looking at it yesterday. There's like one restaurant here next door that does Massaman curry. And it's so funny because, yeah, it reminds me of my own name, Massaman Maschmann. But we do have some action here, guys. Tony is in with jacks and Stefano is in with ace-9 suited. Yeah, the one that they were offering here was with beef, Massaman with beef, so. But I would normally have it with chicken as well. Chicken, banana. Chicken, banana. Okay, all in call. Tony is ahead and he has Stefano covered. Ace 10 king, that does not look good for the jacks. But there are some outs. Jack or a queen. Otherwise there's a double up for Stefano. Double up for Stefano, and now he has more chips to make annoying noises with. Suche, hello, good evening, hello, how are you? SL Cardinal says, what kind of places are you traveling to? Well, right now I'm in Thailand. I'm sitting in Bangkok right now. It's 2 a.m. for me, so I'm very tired. And then some here because the normal visa is for 30 days. I'm here for 30 days. And then I travel on to Vietnam. And my application for a 3-month visa is with the immigration office right now. So I'm waiting for the okay. And then I'll be in Da Nang in Vietnam for 3 months. And then I come back to Thailand because normally in December, January, I'm in Koh Lanta, my favorite island. That's just when the rain season is over and the island becomes absolutely stunning. And then in March, I will travel back to Europe. And in summer, I'll be in Vegas. And so on and so forth. Wherever life takes me. Now, Abrechner, man, he's really running hot now with aces. Again, another chance for a double. He looks cheeky. Honestly, he looks like he has aces. He really needs to work on his tells. Not married, so no. Not married. Aces. Yeah, bad news for Millie. He's probably gonna double up Abrechner again. Or 8-4. Yep, there we go. Double up for Abrechner once again. He was down to like 4 big blinds or 3 point something big blinds. And now up to 24. Richard, how many countries did you already visit, Christine? Was it 57? Yes. So if I count, I do the quiz again because like I've done it in a couple other streams. So Richard, you're not allowed to answer because you know the answer, I think. So I visited 57 countries and one of them doesn't exist anymore. Can you guess which one it is? Chat. Rysius, have you been to Irish Open? Yeah, 10 times actually. Between 2010 and 2019, I've been every year. Because I was living in the Isle of Man at the time. I was working for PokerStar, so it was just like a 25-minute flight over to Dublin. I absolutely loved the Irish Open. I played the main event, I think, twice or 3 times. But otherwise, I was just always there to play side events and cash games and just for the crack. I lived in Dublin as well for a total of 4 years. So and it's where I started playing poker actually in Dublin. So I'm very, very connected to the Irish poker scene. Yeah, it's a really good festival. I really want to go back. Maybe I make it next year to go back. Because next year will be a big poker year for me, 20-year poker anniversary. Maybe I play the Irish Open, the WSOP main event for the first time, and then an EPT main event for the first time. It would be pretty epic. Is it Yugoslavia? Yugoslavia? No. That's always the first guess people make. 2 pair now on the turn for Oz. Does it not exist at all or just changed name? It doesn't exist anymore. I'll solve it. I'm German, obviously, so it was East Germany, the DDR, or like in English you say GDR, right? The German Democratic Republic. I grew up in West Germany, and we did like 1 day trip into East Germany. So I've been there for 1 day. And that country does not exist anymore. All right, Rich. You were born in the USSR, then yeah, okay, then you were also in a country that doesn't exist anymore. Would you have called it a country, the USSR? Yeah, right? It would have been a country. Like I was again, I'm telling the story again like every stream. But like I had that conversation with Benny Glaser, who's a friend of mine, because he said that England is not a country, United Kingdom is the country, and I was like, I disagree. But I don't know, you know, it's like it's so weird because it's like in my eyes, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland are all countries. But then what is United Kingdom exactly? So this is, I don't know. But who am I to argue with Benny Glaser? So who is from England? USSR was United Soviet Socialist Republic. Republics or republic? Yeah, I think it was basically a country. United States of America is also a country, right? Although it's United States. Ace Queen of Suit Force. Right, Abrechner. Defense with 7-9 suited. Queen 6-10. Nice flop for us. Inside straight draw for Abrechner. And backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight flush draw. Ace Queen takes it. Well, I was just in Latvia and I dipped into Lithuania as part of a day trip, and we went to the Hill of Crosses. So Lithuania was actually my country number 57. My rule is I have to step foot into the country. So if I'm at the airport, that doesn't count because you're not really in the country. But other than that, it's just setting a foot in it. Doesn't matter if it's just very briefly. It's literally just a foot. For me, that counts. Other people say you have to experience the culture to count a country, but it's like, what is experiencing the culture? Like, what is that exactly? So I make it easy. As long as I put a foot in the country, I count it. Except if it's the airport. So like I've been several times at Dubai airport, but I've never left. So I've never been to the UAE. I can't count it. As El Cardinal says, that's cool. I'm American, only ever been to the Caribbean. Well, that's nice as well. I've been I've been to the Bahamas for 15 minutes. That's like one of the weirdest ones. We had like our family holiday in Florida, and we did a day trip to the Bahamas. And because there was like bad weather, I don't know what the problem was, but in the end we were only getting off the ship for like 15 minutes, and then we had to go back on the ship and go back to the States. It was ridiculous. So yeah, I've been to the Bahamas, but only for 15 minutes. Gazgano, hello, hello. Come on, Kamel. Yeah, there we go. Defending the big blind with 4-5 in hearts. Oh, nice. Flop 2 pair. But there's a bunch of clubs, and Stefano has the ace of clubs in his hand, so this could get dicey. Stefano bets, he leaves himself 17 big blinds behind. Kamel has 14. So if he wants to play this hand, he probably has to put it all in now. Yep, there we go, all in. Call from Stefano with a nut flush, or almost nut flush draw, ace high flush draw. So Kamel does not want to see a club here. Right, here's the turn. No club on the turn. But now a 7 would also help Stefano. There is a club. He actually makes the flush and eliminates Kamel Remini. Yeah, he is out. He does receive, what is it? Where are my payouts? There. 2,900 euros. And now we're down to 6 players. And they're all guaranteed 3,725 euros. All right. Have you ever been to Missouri? No, not yet. I've been to 11 US states. I've done Alaska, which is great. Hawaii is going to be difficult. But at the moment, I don't really want to be over there, so I skipped Vegas this year as well. But next year, I'll be back in Vegas again. And Rycius says, I'm living in Ireland. Nice. You in Dublin? In Dublin? I'm very happy because I've been called honorary Irish by several Irish people, and that makes me very happy and very proud because I know a lot of the culture and I know a lot of the songs, and that alone was enough for some Irish people to call me honorary Irish. And I was like, I'd take it. Hello, why don't you want to be there? You know why. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The heat. The heat is the problem, exactly. Outside of Dublin, all right. The last time I lived in Dublin was in Sandyford, and our office, because I was working in the old Full Tilt office. I'm not sure if you guys know, but Full Tilt at the headquarters in Dublin in Cherrywood. It's the last stop of the Luas tram. That's where the Full Tilt office was. I mean, it's still sort of there, but it's like a PokerStars office now because obviously PokerStars bought Full Tilt, and all that happened when I was there. Oh, hang on, there's like interesting stuff here. 4 players, 2 a flop, 3 8 deuce, 2 spades. None of the players have spades. So ace jack at the moment ahead here. Yeah, even more ahead now. This could get a little expensive for Maciej if he doesn't get away from this. South Dublin posh side. I've been I lived in north side as well, but that was also posh. It was what was it called? Clontarf. That was a posh north side. Yeah. Maciej losing a little more here. He has 20 big blinds behind. But this should be a fairly safe river for him. So the pot is 13 million. I'm really thinking about how much can he bet. It will get called. It's 9 million. Wow. Big bet. Probably exactly puts him on King Jack here. As I learned earlier, Cleo, what is on his shirt, is his poker nickname. And he's part of a poker club of the Poker Wizards. You see that on his shirt. And this is the Polish Poker Masters, and he's the only Polish player left. He lets it go. Good laydown here. A Queen of Clubs. Melee. And Oz defends with ace-8 offsuit. The flop. 3, 4, 7. Nobody hits. Somebody's getting a cocktail at the bar. You hear the shaker. I'm not sure if you hear it or I'm only hearing it. And this was a weird thing to say. And queen. That's a hit for Millie. So this is, I'm not sure if we can use it at this point, but you see when Oz was strong earlier, he was like very loose and animated, and now that he's not strong, he's very stiff. Normally it's the other way around. So again, like this is only 2 examples now that we watched it, but definitely something to pay attention to. Normally what happens is if somebody is strong, they are like getting like really frozen because they don't want to draw any attention to themselves. But yeah, here the chip counts. Blinds are still the same. We just have a dealer change. And Tony is now our new shorty. And then we have 2 players with 19 big blinds. So Tony has 12. And then basically the other 3 are pretty even. Oz, Stefano, and Millie around 40 big blinds. Stefano looks a little bit like Bill Murray sometimes. No, not anymore. But just a little bit from the side sometimes. All in from Tony with Queen 9 suited from the hijack. 12 big blind shove. Keep in mind this is a mystery bounty tournament. So shoves are a little bigger. Yeah, goes through. All right, there's another push from Tony, this time with Jack Queen offsuit from under the gun. Ooh, but this time he's gonna get resistance here. Millie with Ace Queen suited. There's the call. All right, all in call. Tony behind and at risk. How about just flopping a straight? Millie has been pretty unlucky with calling all ins. And yeah, there you go. Double up for Tony. Up to 31 big blinds. Almost a triple up from where he was before. Like 2 hands before. Okay, I need you guys to say hi or something in the chats. Because it's been so quiet. My stream froze. Uh-oh. Okay, so at least you guys are still live. My stream froze. I have to figure out what's going on here. Okay, give me a second. I need to get the stream back running. I got it, I got it. So SL Cardinal says, hi, Prince Ghetto. I haven't seen your name yet. Hi, Richard is still there. Hi, hi. Ricius, hola. Hola. And on YouTube, anybody still there on YouTube, guys? So quiet on YouTube. Yep, okay. Gasgano, thank you. All right, everybody's still alive or still going. I got my stream back. Okay, we're good. Hey, bird. Bird. Right, and all in from our last remaining Polish player. With 8 deuce. Oh, is this a punt? Oh no. Been playing so solid. And if the cards are correct, because we did have some issues earlier with the way the cards were displayed, he's now shoving over Millie's open race with 8 deuce suited. It will work. It works. Phew. Ay, ay, ay. I got really nervous here. Mache. Which has quiet in the chat because everyone just wants to listen to you, the host. Best regards. Thank you. But the thing is, I have more to talk about if you guys are more active and actually talking to me. And I don't feel like I'm just talking to myself. Deuce 5-8, rainbow. None of the players have hit anything at the moment. Was this king high still good? Check, check. Oh, well, now he makes a pair of kings on the turn. That helps. Show me no. This is the English stream. If you want to have a German stream, you have to go to Hachi. Yeah, the mods are on top here. This is English stream and English chat. And the mods are very strict. Alles gut. Guys, now everybody gets banned for writing in other languages than English. I'm just a guest host here, guys. I'm coming in like once a month or something. So if they have strict rules about English only, it's English only. That's it. All right, 2 Germans, Melee and Abrechner. Ace 5 deuce, 2 clubs. Both players hit an ace, but Abrechner with a better kicker. Queen on the turn. Abrechner still ahead. Wow, he does it again. He did that earlier, Melee. He played ace-6 and then actually made a full house against what was originally a better ace. He does check it. Makes 2 pair on the river and just checks it over, hoping that Abrechner pulls the trigger here. He does. So will Melee just call? Or raise it up? I think he's gonna raise it up. Yeah. Put Abrechner all in, wants to get it all. And now again, like we don't know how much these guys have played together, how well they know each other. How much credit does Abrechner give Melee here? How often is ace 10 offsuit good in this run out? Yep, he folds. Good fold. Abrechner back down to 11 big blinds though. User says, do you have Instagram? Yes. Instagram is nice and sunny. At nice and sunny. Just as my YouTube handle. Nice and sunny. Yeah, if you're interested in that stuff, I did have on my YouTube channel, I did have a bunch of content from travel also to poker events. So there's like how I played in Monte Carlo or in the obviously in Vegas a lot. There's a vlog from 2016 from Kings as well. So I've done a bunch of stuff, but I stopped creating content for YouTube because, yeah, it sucks. Nobody's watching it. So it's like put all the work in and then nobody watches it. It's no fun. So I stopped it. But on Instagram, I'm pretty active. I'm posting all my updates from my travels. Akil says, is that live? It is, basically. It is delayed 30 minutes. So that way we can show the cards. Otherwise, that would not be a good idea to show the cards in real time. But yeah, this is basically happening live 30 minutes ago. I'm commentating live on it. Right, both players here have 10-6 suited. Flop is Jack 5-8. One club. No hearts. Right, Millie wins another one, and Abrechner now down to 5.4 big blinds. A user says it's sad when you do something with others in mind and it doesn't get a response, but you know it's better to do things just for yourself. That's the thing. So I do have a lot of videos now that I sometimes even just watch back as like just, you know, memories. I've watched the Monte Carlo vlog a bunch of times because it was just such a cool experience. Like I played 3 tournaments at the EPT and I cashed all 3 and it was a very special experience. So I watch it back sometimes because it was fun. But yeah, obviously I did create that kind of content because obviously I want to share like my lifestyle and tell people about it and share stories and entertain. And then a YouTube specialist told me that the problem is probably that I have poker and travel, so the algorithm doesn't know where to put my videos, and so it doesn't put them anywhere, and so nobody sees my videos. And then he said you should take all the videos down, make a new channel, and only upload travel videos. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm like, the whole idea is that I wanted to document my life, and my life is travel and poker, so I'm not gonna split that up. So that's it. So people are not seeing it, but at least I can send people links. So the stuff that works is shorts, right? The YouTube shorts or Instagram reels, that stuff actually works a little bit. Anyway, we do have the all in here now. Again, the 2 Germans always butting heads. This looks very good for Abrechner for another double up. And once again through Millie. Ooh. There is a 4, so now a king or a 4 for Millie to eliminate Abrechner. And there is a king! Ay-ya! Ay-ya-ya-ya-ya, it had to happen eventually. We lose Abrechner in 6th place. Sorry, the payouts aren't correct on YouTube. I have to post them manually. Give me a second. So for 6th place, he receives 3,725 euros. And now all players have 4,800 euros safe. Oh, twist, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Right, Millie again with a playable hand, King Queen in hearts. And that's enough. User says, is it hard to start play as a pro? Yes. I'm saying that I'm not a pro. But in 2009, when poker was still easier because people weren't as educated in the game, I managed, besides a full-time job, to make enough money with poker to pay for my rent. And nowadays it's almost impossible if you're not like fully committed and like really sitting down and studying the game and having like groups of people or like a group of people that you discuss hands with and discuss strategies and so on. It's very tough to do this, and also obviously the mental part of it, the swings, you know, especially if you play tournament poker, because in like 80% of all cases you do lose. You go home empty-handed, so you have to be really made out for stuff like that. So when I had the decision back like in 2007, 2008, do I want to go down the route of a poker player or do I want to work in the poker industry? I decided back then that I'd rather work in the industry and make my money that way and play poker more for fun on the side. And I'm still doing that, but not as much because now I'm very busy at the moment. I definitely want to have poker as a side income, but it's so hard nowadays. I'd probably, although I'm a tournament player, I'd probably suggest if anybody wanted to look into actually becoming a professional poker player to rather look at cash games. Also swingy, but not, I feel like it's not as bad as tournaments. Right, we have a dealer change and also blinds are up. 500,000, 1 million and a 1 million big blind ante. So Maciej is now our shorty with 13 big blinds. Tony has 20, Stefano 30, Os 32, and Millie 46. I have a feeling if we lose Maciej, there might be a conversation about a deal, but let's see how things develop. So in case you don't know, if the players decide they would like to make a deal, they can do that, but they still have to play for 10% of the prize pool and the trophy, if there is a trophy. And the good thing is, if they decide to make a deal, the blinds will be halved, so things will go faster. But now we have the big stack, the monster big stack, Millie. He's not a monster, but he's a big stack with aces. Okay, Rich. Tony with Jack Queen offsuit has 18 big blinds behind. The thing is, I don't think, no, that's not true. Millie did get out of hand before, so it's not like he's never bluffing. But this just felt strong. Not out of hand, out of line, I mean. Pretty hand with 7-8 in hearts. No customers, blinds and ante for Millie. A walk. Matej, as the shorty, is getting a walk here. That must be well welcomed from him by him. Ace queen offsuit for Tony. He has 16 big blinds. They go into the middle. And us in the big blind with a nice hand. 6-7. 6-7 of hearts. It is for half his stack, so I don't think he can do it. Tempting. Oh, for Tony. Ace jack offsuit for Oz. And the Doyle Brunson hand for Melee in the big blind. Flop. 7, 5, 8. Once again, Millie's aggression wins him another pot, getting the better hand to fold. User, what advice would you give somebody who wants to get started? Also, does the money come from sponsors, or do you build it up as you play? Honestly, like, you should build it up with proper bankroll management. You find like a lot of information on that on the internet, how to do bankroll management. Again, you have to decide if you want to play cash games or tournaments, and then just really stick to the bankroll management and build up your stuff. And while you're doing that, you can have a look if you're interested in creating content around that or bring any kind of value to potential sponsors. But you have to deliver something first. You know, like, don't go to people and say, I want. Say, hey, this is something I can do for you. Are you willing to pay me money for that? And so while you build up your bankroll, because obviously if you have $1 million or $2 million just on the bank account, then go ahead and play €100 tournaments and don't care about it. But normally you would need to build that up in some way. And you have to be super honest with yourself when you do that. Like, if you do bankroll management and you climb up a level, so you get better and you beat that level and you go up to the next one, you go like, okay, cool, now I'm playing with the bigger boys. Now I'm going to beat this level, but then you don't, and you actually drop again to the bankroll level that is only good for the level below. You do have to drop down and just go back to that level, and most people are not capable of doing that. And that's when they lose the whole dream of becoming a poker player, because the ego gets in the way. No, but I already made it to that level. How can I go back? It is what it is. That's proper bankroll management. Good night, Richard. Sleep well. Thank you. Maybe I can tell the story of Felix Schneiders. So some of you guys might know Felix Schneiders. He was, back in the days, we worked together at the PokerStars Poker School, like 2008 onwards. And what he did back then, he worked as a coach. He was doing like training stuff and materials and coaching. And while he was doing all that, he started to do a challenge. And I think you can still find that on YouTube. He did like from, I can't remember exactly how it was, from $80 to 8,000. I don't know what it was exactly. And he started making content on YouTube about his journey, like following bankroll management and grinding up his bankroll. And that was very successful. Like, it was something that people haven't done in that way at that time, because especially in Germany, people were always worried about like showing that they were playing and how much they were making and so on. But he put this stuff on YouTube, and people could follow along and go like, oh wow, you can actually grind up $80 to like 8,000 or whatever his challenge was. And there were also examples. You probably all heard of Fedor Holz. There's the whole story that he got like the free $5 that you got on IntelliPoke. I don't know how true the story is, but that he never actually deposited again. He only got the free $5, and with the $5 managed to become the Fedor Holz that he is now. So all these examples are there for people that put the work in, right? And so you can start with 0. You can start playing online free rolls and so on, and try and get your first dollars in. But then again, stick to bankroll management. Don't play over the amount that you're supposed to play at a certain level. And only play with money that is set aside for poker. That's also a very important one. Okay, anyway, 2 pair for Stefano here. Pair and a straight draw for Millie. And just the deuces for us. Back from Millie, all in from Stefano. That's it. Pot for the Italian. San Cardinal says heading out to get school stuff for the brat. Starts again on Wednesday. Oh, fun. Fun stuff. Enjoy. Thanks for tuning in. I will be back in September. I have 1 day in September that I'm commentating. I think it's the 12th. But otherwise, you will have to listen to my colleagues in the meantime. All right, once again, 3 players to the flop. Three, 7, 6. Deuces still ahead. Yeah, the deuces are ahead, but you don't really feel comfortable continuing here. Right, once again, aggression wins. The worst hand for melee wins the pot. Right, we have an all-in from Tony and then an all-in over the top from Oz with a better hand. Ace-9 offsuit against Ace-King suited. Tony is behind and at risk. Seven, 8, 9. Good flop for Tony. He does make a pair. Now there's a chance. Yeah. Now there's a chance for a chop, but it's not coming. Double up for Tony. And now Oz, the man who started as the chip leader into the day, has 6.7 big blinds left. Tony is up to 30. And once again, jacks, pocket jacks for Maciej. He has 13 big blinds and he's under the gun. The chips go into the middle. Let's see if he finds a customer. Oz is all in with 5-6 suited. So that is all in for less. All right, let's see the flop. Ace, Queen, 3. The jacks are still good. He needs a little miracle now, Oz, to survive this. No, doesn't come. We lose. Oz, he started the day as the chip leader, but now he is finishing this tournament in 5th place. 4,800 euros. We're down to 4 players. And everybody has locked up 6,200 euros. Once again, these are the Polish Poker Masters, so it's nice to see that the last Polish player is still running good here. Getting another walk. Running good as in he got jacks, which is nice when you're down to 13 big blinds.
Television.
Oh, yeah, I didn't finish the Felix Schneider story. So basically, he started then documenting his journey on YouTube while he was still working as a coach for the poker school. And then I actually got asked, I was working for PokerStars then directly in the headquarters in the Isle of Man. And they then approached me and said, hey, do you have somebody you could recommend for the Team Pro team who's from Germany and he plays cash game? And I'm like, Felix. It was like, because I've been working with him and he's reliable, he's working hard, he's creating content just because he likes to do it. And he got the job. And basically he's still with PokerStars nowadays. So if you do a good job creating value for the poker industry, then the poker industry will notice. But it also means put a little bit of work in for networking and obviously be reliable. That's like probably one of the main things, because especially poker players are known for being flaky and late and not reliable. And if you are one of them who is reliable, there's a good chance that you have a shot at actually getting hired for all kinds of gigs in the poker world. Right, open raise from Millie, a7 offsuit from the button. Tony shaking his head, folding. Or Leonie. Well, first of all, don't call players bad. That's not nice. You don't do that, right? And also, this is a €165 buy-in tournament, right? So obviously the level isn't the highest of the players here. Otherwise they would sit in a Triton tournament, right? So it's 165 euros. You play some poker, and some people make it to the top, and it's not always the best players, you know. So sometimes there's some players that might not be as experienced, or they might have never actually looked at current strategies in any way, or worked with solvers or something. But these players made it here, and that's what matters. There was a bet from Melee with nothing, and a raise from Tony also with nothing. And now Maciej, who has a pair of jacks, folds. And now Tony is turning around what Melee is doing to everybody else. Does he show? Come on, he show? He shows. Nice. Right, updated chip counts. 4 players left. Maciej still shorty with 17 big blinds. Tony has 33. Melee is not the chip leader anymore, 45 big blinds. And Stefano has him beat by 1 big blind. As you can see, everybody has saved 6,200 euros plus the 4-ticket bundle for the King's Million European Championship next month. Right, flop is for ace jack, pair of jacks for Melee. Stefano bets it. It is likely that he has an ace. He did open under the gun. Yeah, but that's the thing. The way he stares at him, I wouldn't give him the ace. Melee does have the right feeling here, but now comes a flush draw as well for Stefano. So if he bets again... Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Check, check. 3 on the river doesn't change anything, so Melee would win the hand if Stefano doesn't get him off the hand. Right, he checks. Check behind from Stefano. And there we go, pot for Millie. Millie fills up the small blind. And Stefano has the same hand in the big blind. He raises it up. And it works. Millie folds the same hand. Right, Mache. A6 offsuit under the gun. Open raise from a 16 big blind stack. Stefano calls with 3-5 suited. 8-3-9. Stefano actually makes the better hand here. Now we have 3 spades and Mache has 1 spade in his hand. Checks again to see, make sure. Another 9 on the river. So Stefano is going to bet his 2 pair. And he's probably going to win it with 5-3 suited. There we go. And people said earlier that Stefano is too tight. Come on. Oh no, misdeal. Should be speaking English. There's still Maciej, who I don't know if he speaks German, but could be that Maciej is the only player here who doesn't speak German, but a lot of Polish people speak German, but you never know. So language should be English here. Open raise from Stefano under the gun. 3.5. I think he's getting bored, Stefano. He wants to mix things up. Now they switch to English. Ace-6 suited for Tony. Open from under the gun. Pocket 4s for Maciej. It's a fold. Pocket 9s for Meli. Rusty says starts winning, starts talking. Yeah, I wanted to say like he got chirping chips. Right, so that was the 3-bet from Meli, and Tony is calling it. So we are going to see the flop. Six, 5, 7, 2 hearts. Beautiful flop here for Tony with a pair of 6s and the nut flush draw. But at the moment, Meli is still ahead with his pocket 9s. An all in and a call. Wow. On the flop, big all in call here. Tony needs to see an ace, a 6, or any heart to win this hand. That's not it. That's the straight for Meli. Yo, we actually lose Tony in this hand. This was very surprising. What a big pot all of a sudden out of nowhere. We lose Tony in fourth. So that's 6,200 euros. Now we have 3 players left. We have locked up 8,200 euros. Okay, didn't mean bad players. It's okay. It just happens so much that in the chats people get so upset that people aren't playing GTO, and it's like no, it's like it's a 160 euro buy-in or like a 300 euro buy-in. You will not see the kind of plays that you see at a Triton event, right? So. All right, a full house for Maciej, and somehow Stefano is still in here. And what is happening? Yeah, that was a badly timed. Well, maybe he thought the two pair were good, but wow. That was a gift for Maciej, as it seems, but I did miss a little bit of the hand to begin with, because I was posting the payouts. Yeah, as I like, it seems really like Stefano is getting bored. He's playing a lot more stuff and a lot wilder, more wild than he did before. And so a double up for the last remaining Polish player in the Polish Poker Masters. In Queen offsuit for Stefano. And pocket fives for Maciej. Asking about the mystery bounties, we do not know which ones are still in. So it's absolutely possible that somebody already got the last remaining bigger mystery bounty of 2,700 euros and we just didn't know. They did show some of the bounty draws, but we haven't seen any in a while. Doesn't mean they didn't happen. Right, deuce 7 ace. Right, pot for Stefano. Banto Andre, who win the biggest bounty, we don't know. Right, but now we have a break. That's something I know. We have a break for about 14 minutes. We see you guys again in a little bit.
$50 million. I don't think it was. Oh, he said 15.
Yeah.
My apologies. Actually, I'm apologizing to absolutely nobody. Yeah, 17 million. Just a small pot. In the grand spectrum of things, it's actually gigantic. It's actually great that he still has so much money behind. Maybe I cursed him saying if he loses this, he'll still have 20 bigs.
Still, you'd rather have 40 or whatever it was.
Oh, wow. Spirinzoni with the rejam. Fadiv snapping him off with the Jabracadas. 69%.
I get the impression that Fadiv might not be the guy you want to do this against, but I could be wrong.
I think you might be right. Maybe we could just call there from the small pre. You would prefer to be suited.
Yeah,
He's not the right guy to be doing it against at this table. It's not horrific by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh.
7, 6, 5. Ten outs now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 5 of hearts.
Never easy. Oh my God.
No, it's the 9 of spades. This is so disgusting for Fadiv. 2 all-ins in a row. Loses with the kings, loses with the jacks. What a story to tell at the bar.
To be totally honest, you know, if you're talking about in the long run, you have to put some of that away, bro. You know, we'll give money to some people that deserve it, or not deserve it. I don't want to say it that way, but you know what I mean. Give it to some people that are close people of mine. Have some good time with it. But yeah, pretty much that. I just wouldn't give a shit for the next 48 hours. That's all I'm saying after winning it. I would just go very, very out of line, do things that I might regret after the 48 hours, but what happens in 48 hours happens in 48 hours, and that would be that, pretty much.
You say, yeah, well, 48 hours can easily become 42 days or 48 days, whatever.
Yeah, well, that you have to draw the line somewhere, and that's where I would say. I'm not saying I'd adhere to it, but you know, definitely would have a lot of fun over the next couple of days, because why the hell wouldn't you?
I did go to the wellness center then on the 5th floor and get a nice massage for myself.
Yeah.
And get ready for the main event. Well, what I would really do with 105,000, that's enough money, Alan, to play the main event 10 times.
That's it, like, just rebuy 10 times, bro.
Pocket says we all know Dan will put it all on red. I actually don't. I am well capable of gambling with poker or cash games or something, but I would not be interested in the baccarat, roulette, or blackjack. I just tried to steer away from them for most of my life. I mean, I might throw a few hundred on it or something, or have the crack with a few drinks, but no, it's not something I would like to be getting too invested in. You'll find me on the slot machines 10 days later, Alan, there with monster cans and loads of vapes, and then trying to get the rest of my money out of the machine.
that doesn't do refunds.
That's the thing, you could have 100k at the start of this series and have nothing at the end. That's the way it is. That's the way she goes. Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't. Speaking of going, Szymanski's going here, betting 2.3 million, trunk with 6-4. He's got bottom pair. And if he is raising here, unless he's trying to rep a set, I am not the biggest fan of this one.
The thing is, I will add to this, man, this is, again, a common thing you see, blocking a lot of 2 pairs and set possibilities in this situation. So it's for sure a thing. It's for sure a thing. You know, if you actually hit a 4 as well, it's going to be very, very clean. And you can get a lot of folds on the flop as well. It's just a little bit unfortunate that Szymanski has ace-king here, or a hand that's an easy continue. But you see this a lot in cash games as well, man. For the same reason that I mentioned, blocking 2 pairs, blocking sets, unblocking the folding range, the bet fold range as well.
Yeah, so we're just repping Tindo. Oh, just hit a 4 on the turn.
That's exactly what I mean. It's the cleanest, cleanest turn card when this happens.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need to rep a set anymore.
Yeah.
Because he's got trips.
But no, it's very good in that regard. You know, you unblock so much the bet fold range and stuff like that. It's very, very important to have this in your game. It doesn't feel nice doing it when you get called, but you know, you still unblock a lot of king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack that's going to call fold the turn. You can put pressure on 10x as well. So yeah, makes sense to do it.
So you actually do like a raise here on the flop?
I don't mind it, but I think like suited combos with the backdoor equity are better to do it with. But for sure, heads up, man, this is going to be a thing regardless.
And is it better? Is it better to raise with the 6-4 on the flop than just call?
I would say a lot of the time
whoa.
with these hands. Oh, there you go. Now the other thing is I don't like this jam from the ace king because if he's bluffing, let him bluff.
But 62 million out there.
Sick, man. Sick
I
turn
said
cards.
we're going to be putting a ribbon on this thing when we get back. Well, this is certainly accelerating that ribbon.
Facts.
And it's 95% equity for Trunk. It's been his tournament all day to lose, really. And then it looked like he was going to be gone there for a while. He's rebounded nicely. He's hit the turn there.
Oh my God!
No, he hit the river! Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Szymanski gets there. That is some rough justice. How do you like them apples? You don't.
Jesus.
Absolutely nothing the 6-4 can do. You can't blame the ace king.
It was a picture of a breakfast, like an English breakfast or whatever, like, and it was like £40 for an English breakfast, full English breakfast.
Oh wow.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle of London. Imagine, disgusting price.
I believe our friend Connor put up one of them actually on Instagram. Big shout out to him becoming a world champion.
True.
Had him on stream before. Riding solo now. You're the only Irish contingent I've had in the commentary booth with me.
Oh, what do we have here?
Kings, that is. Szymanski raised to 1.4 million. Spiranzoni going to be saying goodbye to about two-thirds of his stack here. Unless he gets lucky.
Kings again?
Kings again.
Jesus Christ is right.
Kings in this tournament.
It's true. He's right. The amount of times kings, queens, aces have been dealt in this tournament and jacks is insane, bro, in 100 hands. Insane.
Yeah, it's all in and call pre-flop. Don't mind those graphics. Don't let them fool you. These guys ain't messing around with kings and jacks when they're four-handed. Yeah, Alan, it's been shocking. I mean, it's been great for how much action it's provided and presented for the viewers at home. And indeed ourselves. Ace in the window changes nothing. Long may it rain with all these big pairs, by the way. It just provides so much fun.
It does.
Turn is the 4. Okay, graphics have caught up now. 6 of hearts changes nothing, and now Szymanski going to be paying 32.8 million. Is that good enough for the chip lead? Lost with jacks and rejammed his ace-8 into jacks, so he's going to be feeling quite dejected there. And the blinds have gone up as well after we got back from break. 300k, 600k, 600k. So there's additional pressure on him now. Also,
yeah,
it is Trunk who's got the goods this time. More big pairs.
Go figure.
The delicacies has escalated here in the chat. People are cooking eels, octopus, smoked puffin. Next it'll be pigeon. As long as you aren't eating cats and dogs, should be okay.
Doing all in here, mate.
Make pets great again. Savchenko re-jamming into the trunk. Can't blame him here, Al. He's got a re-jam, four-handed, standard, sub 10 bigs.
Always makes me sick here to know that Ace-9 has, what, 30% equity against Queens here? Doesn't hit now, though.
Yeah, it's like when you've your Ace-King against two random cards, and you're only 60-40 pretty much.
Yeah. Oh!
Doesn't... Oh, wow. That hurt. That's dealt a hammer blow. Trunk not used to losing them ones.
Agreed.
Savchenko doubles up.
You find yourself with Queen Jack suited in small blind playing 5-10 cash game. Try to figure out what card is your opponent holding. Pocket 8s or 10-7 of diamonds. You decide to open for 35. Opponent decides to defend his big blind. Flop comes 3 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, and jack of spades. Opponent checks and we try to hide our top pair with a check back. Turn is queen of diamonds and we improve to top 2. Check back induced a bet from our opponent. He bets 55. We want to protect our 2 pair from draws and charge money now. We raise it to 175. He calls. River card is a 6 of diamonds, completing backdoor flushes. Our opponent clicks all in for 625 into a pot of 420. Does he have a set of 8s, or did he hit a flush with 10-7? Vote now in the comments. Pocket 8s. Congratulations to everyone with the right answer. Follow for more videos and come and try your luck at Kings.
Hello and welcome back at King's Resort in Rosvadov. We are down to the last 3 players out of 1,872 entries in the Polish Poker Masters main event. The buy-in was 165 euros. 45 euros of those went into the bounty prize pool. We did see a bunch of the mystery bounties have been drawn, and the top one was 13,500. We didn't see that though. The largest today was 2,700. We didn't see that either. And we do not know which ones are still there or which ones have been drawn. But here we see the 3 players that are remaining. So we do have 1 Polish player left in the Polish Poker Masters, but he is the shorty. And at the moment, the players have 8,200 euros safe. And the winner is set to take home 17,700. And all that is plus bounties and plus the 3,000 euro Kings Million European Championship ticket package on top. Leone says in Rosvadov, are the mystery bounties random or does every card have a predetermined value? No, it's random. You go to a red button, hit the button, and that is then determining the price. It's like a random number generator in the system. Well, that's the thing. I said earlier, there is a strategy sort of to it, but it involves math, so I don't know, but there is some kind of strategy to see how many bounties are in and out and what the average is and blah blah, to actually know when you should go and draw your bounty. But it's something that, because I'm not a math person, I don't know how that works. So it does matter in a way, but not because it's depending on your card. That's not the thing. Right, we have all three players in the hand, not anymore. Mache is out. Melee has ace, king suited, so 2 overcards in the backdoor flush draw. Stefano does have the top pair with a good kicker. Right, we see the turn. 9 of spades. No more flush draw for Melee. Check. And there's another 8. So trips now for Stefano. Melee is now the one betting. Stefano calls with the trips. Big pot here for him. He's now up to 50 big blinds. Melee down to 49. So he gives up the chip lead once again to Stefano. Queen 9 offsuit for Stefano. Jack 8 of diamonds for Melee. The flop is 3-6 Jack. So Melee hits a pair of jacks. Checks it. Check, check. King of hearts on the turn. Stefano has the queen of hearts. Melee is double checking his suits. Check. River is a heart, so Stefano makes the second nut flush here. This will be another pot going into the direction of the Italian. Question is, how much is Melee going to lose here? Because he is very aggressive. Not in this case, he just checks. that's going to be a fold. Millie seems to be losing his mojo a little bit, like the last 1.5 hours, 2 hours or so. He's been so dialed in, but I feel like he's giving it up a little bit. Hanlaska, why there is no Romanian player, as it is Year of Romania. Now Polish guy need to win, yep. Every year is a Year of Romania. Yeah, there's only 3 players left, no Romanian left. I think one started the day, but he didn't survive. And now, because it is the Polish Poker Masters, I think it's cool if a Polish guy actually wins it. So Maciej is still in the run. He's raising it up with ace-5 offsuit. Stefano calls. 9-6 ace. So Maciej hits his pair of aces. And wins the pot. Does anybody know when Joe Stapleton started doing that? The Year of Romania thing? That's at least 10 years ago. Year of Romania. Right. Flopped 2 pair for Stefano. Quick call from Maciej. He doesn't believe him. It's like Stefano somehow switched into a different gear. Like, it feels like what one player lost, the other gained. So Stefano is like playing a whole different game from what he did in the beginning of the stream. He's like, let's finish this. Ace 3-6. None of the players hit anything, but King High is good for now for Millie. Okay, check, 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 check. Still good. King high nuts. Oh, that's a nice hand. 9-10 of hearts. There's the pair of nines for Millie. But Stefano has a club. Pot for Millie. Chipping back up. Or Queen 6. 2 pair for Millie. And he wins the pot. King 8 versus King 8. Both players hit a king. go to the river. Both players still have the same hand, so if nobody gets bluffed off this, it's going to be a split pot. Lasker said, I don't know why, but I'm not a fan of the way the German player putting his hand on the table. It looks like a check every time. Yeah, I was thinking about it as well. Like, it does look a little bit like he's checking. And I think because especially because it's opposite of the dealer knows what's happening. Full house now for Stefano on the turn. He changed his play style and he's running hot. Stefano bets it. Let's see if Meili loses a couple more chips here with ace high. It is possible. Yeah, he does call, sees the bad news. He is beat. And Stefano extends his chip lead to 61 big blinds.
I told you I don't want to play with you, but if you want, I'm here. The next 3 days, in the last 3 days, how many spots you win against me? short at the moment. Yes, I was shorter than you. Yes. It's okay. I can remember that. 2-7. 217. 2,700,000. Yes. Whatever. You understand what I mean?
Right, open raise from Stefano with King 7 suited, called by Maciej with 8-9 of hearts. Maciej flops better, but it's still 50-50. Pot for the Polish guy. The last remaining Polish guy in the Polish Poker Masters. Nice hand for Millie, ace queen suited. There's a battle of the blinds. Maciej has filled up his big blind, his small blind with queen 8 in clubs. He only has 16 big blinds behind. Ace 5-7. Nice flop for Millie. Now there's another club on the turn, so it gives Maciej a flush draw. Oh, Maciej is fighting here with the decision. Okay, now there we go. Lays it down to 12 big blinds. Here's the overview of the stacks. So Stefano, 57 big blinds, Millie, 48, and yeah, Maciej with 12.
I put it just
There's an all-in from Maciej with ace-4 in spades.
difficult. Too much for 9-2.
It's enough.
Also 2,500,000 I could, but 14 no.
It's sixes for Millie. All from Maciej. Jack 6 of spades. All right, both players flop a straight draw. Enough for Millie. Maciej down to 11 big blinds. Nine queen deuce. Maciej hits the queen, checks very quickly. Ace on the river. Could be a little scary for Mache. He checks it to melee. Melee plays it. It represents the ace here, although he only has 7 high. And Mache sniff it out. He does! He makes the call, and there's the double up for the Polish player. Panlaska, don't say stuff like that. The dealers are all neutral. Ace Queen suited now for Mache. I have a feeling there's something brewing here for him. Coming back from 11 big blinds. Good shot here at building a stack. I don't think he's gonna get customers. Yeah, okay, there's a call from Stefano. King high, let's have a look. Eight Jack Queen. Pretty good flop for Mache. Stefano has a backdoor flush draw. Okay, I'm very sorry, Panlaska. That was the Nightbot. I don't know why he deleted your messages. Yeah, that's mean. You just use like a bunch of emojis, but I guess for YouTube that's too many emojis for a Nightbot. Sorry. It wasn't me. I'm not afraid of any bot. Maybe you should be. We live in crazy times. All right, 2 players with a queen. Mache with a better one. Now that Maciej has doubled up, his body language also changed. It's really interesting how having chips changes the way you compose yourself at the table. Ace on the turn. Look at the outs. A 3 on the river, so this is a split pot. Yep. Check, check, split. Right, King Deuce open raise from Stefano. King 9 offsuit in the big blind for Millie. Calls it. There is a 9. But 3 hearts, and Stefano has the king of hearts. Back on the 7 turn. Stefano bets it. Millie is counting out the call. In a dangerous game. With another heart maybe coming. And there is a heart. Stefano has been hitting his flushes and his backdoor hands. This is crazy. This will bring Millie down to 29 big blinds unless he puts in more chips. And a pot size bet from Stefano. Yeah, only 1 time bank left, it looks like. Wow. Stefano up to 61 big blinds, Millie down to 29. Also, what happened to the Twitch chat? Is nobody alive? Everybody sleeping? I'm trying is alive. And Pauli Klatscher is alive. UNESCO is alive. Okay, nice. I'm glad you're all alive. By the way, I did mention that I'm in Thailand, right? So I'm 5 hours ahead. Yeah, 5 hours. So it's 4:45 for me. Dimi Pai, good poker. Yes. Okay, Mache here with 10 jack in hearts. Jakub says, where is jack player? Out. We have a Polish player, an Italian player, and a German player left. Only 3 players left. You'll sleep well after this, yeah. I hope so. King 4 deuce, 2 hearts. This time, flush draw for Mache. Stefano has the top pair. Can somebody else make the flush? Checking it out. Yes. Mache is making the flush on the turn. That was strange English, but I'm tired. Good. All right. Mache, nice pot for him. Up to 43 big blinds. Stefano 45, so Mache actually contesting for the top spot here. Impressive comeback from the Polish player at the Polish Poker Masters. Pocket nines for Millie. He is now at 29 big blinds. All right, up to 31. Oh, is Thailand hot? Thailand is okay. I'm here in the rain season, so August is rain season in Bangkok, at least. So it's cloudy every day and it's rainy every day and it's very, very humid and about like 32 degrees. So it's not fun to be outside. Also, the air quality obviously in Bangkok is not the best, but it's better when it's raining than like in February or something. It gets really bad. Right, we're a pair of fours for melee. Straight draw for Mache. Right, he's getting wild now. Mache has chips. Right, this pot goes to melee. King 10 offsuit for Mache on the button, open race. No. Ace Jack offsuit for Stefano. Very strong hand, three-handed. Oh, and Mache has a hand as well. King, Queen offsuit. At least going to be a call. Yeah. Seven, 4, 8. Ace Jack still ahead. Now Mache is betting it. Is raising it. And Stefano only has ace high. Danke, Ralf. You're lucky that the mods aren't here anymore because they are very strict with English only in the chat. 8 deuce 10. Nobody flops. Oh no, Mache flops a pair of deuces. Nine on the turn. That is a straight for Millie. Very hidden straight here. Quick fold from Mache, pot for Millie. Queen 4 of clubs for Mache. Open raise. Queen 6, queen trips for Mache. I have a feeling Mache plays much faster when he's good. So if that's the case, he has to watch that a little. Now the flush draw comes on top of it. He already has the check mark. Very quick fold from Stefano. And now Maciej, as he might have been already before this, but he's chip leader now. Clawed his way back and up to the chip lead. And there we see the chip counts now. 50 big blinds for Maciej, Millie with 36 big blinds, Stefano with 31. We are going to blinds 600,000, 1 million and 200,000, 1.2 million. I'm glad that all the Polish viewers are still in the chat, at least in YouTube, rooting for Maciej. Pocket fours now for Millie. Raise and take it. Is Stefano gone? Did he leave? Yeah, Stefano was gone. He missed his big blind. Okay, now we see we have two jacks. Millie had the worst jack, but he is hitting trip deuces. And now, oh, this is going to hurt. He makes a full house on the turn and checks it. And Maciej must be sure now that his pair of jacks here is good. Not knowing that he's running into a full house. Merely just calling it. Flush comes in. He's checking again. Ah, Maciej just checks behind. Ay, 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 ay. That was close to a disaster. The heart on the river probably saved him there. Good sevens for Millie. King 9 offsuit for Mache. Yeah, Queen 4. 7 still ahead. Eight on the turn. River is the 5. Sevens are still good. Mache is betting us now. Could work. Doesn't. Millie wins the next pot. Trusted his gut here. And now Mache back down to 26 big blinds. Millie up to 45. Yeah, Pan says he gave too good of a price. That's true. Oh, ace king for Mache. Rebet. Stefano has a suited king, but a small one. He only has 19 big blinds behind. Mache also only has 19 big blinds because the blinds went up. We are getting there now. It's getting more dicey for everybody. And there's the fold. Mache at 31 big blinds, Stefano down to 19. Kings, once again, kings at kings for Mache. Stefano with king 5. Oh wow, he went all in. And then obviously mega quick snap call. Insta fist bump snap call from Mache. Wrong moment for Stefano. He really got bored or tired. Maciej has not gotten out of line, really. So this was a very wide shove. Very loose shove. And yeah, that's it. Only a 5 for a chop. No chop. We lose Stefano. I think he really got a little tired in the end. He will take home 8,200 euros. And now we are heads up. And the next player will get 11,200. The winner 17,700. And as I mentioned before, that's obviously in addition to bounties, which we don't know. We don't know how many bounties or how much people won in bounties. And also on top of this is a 3,000 euro ticket package for the King's Million European Championship in September. So here you see it again, 11,200 for second, 17,700 for first, plus the tickets. So that's 4 tickets in the package worth 3,000 euros. Stacks are fairly even. Maciej ahead. Again, this is the Polish Poker Masters. It should be a Polish player winning. But obviously I did pick Mili as my favorite for this final. So he has been playing really well and solid. I mean, it seems like he got a little bit, he lost his focus a little bit near the end. But let's see who's taking this one down. Right, first hand of heads up. Mili calls, Maciej checks. Both players have clubs. Ooh, Jack, Queen, Jack. No clubs. What is the issue? What is, I can't really hear what Maciej is saying. Did anybody understand what the issue was? Yes, Panlaska is writing, Maciej has a lot of cashes in tournaments live. For Mili, it is best result ever. As we know, that we know of, I mean. Because, you know, whatever we find on Mob is not always 100% accurate. Because it can always be that people have won money somewhere else or they have deleted results. So it's not always 100%, but yeah, we can if we go by that, that is true. All right, we have a bunch of clubs on the turn. Maciej has the clubs and there is another one, so he does make the flush. Millie, on the other hand, hits his pair of jacks. Five-card flush on the board, but Maciej would still win. Just a call with a 6 of clubs. All right, 3-3 king. Maciej at the moment ahead with queen high. It call. Ace on the turn. Check, check. 7 on the river. Maciej makes a pair of 7s. Checks it again. Millie checks behind. Another pot for Maciej. He's up to 57 big blinds. Millie down to 36. Ace 6 offsuit for Maciej. And Jack 5 offsuit for Millie. King deuce 8 on the flop. Check, check. Ah, do they have a golden record as the trophy? That's true. There's no trophy on the table, right? And ace high wins another pot for Maciej. And another pot for Maciej. 60 big blinds now. Almost double of what Millie has. Raise from Mache. Oh, and jacks for Millie. There's the 3-bet with the jacks. Call from Mache. Let's see the flop. Ooh, there's the king on the flop. 3-9 king. Millie does have the jack of spades. There's 2 spades on the flop. Millie bets it. Asking for the triangle, all in from Mache. And it's a call. Did he say call? He didn't say call? He's getting a count, but obviously he knows that he has less, but it means he can think a bit about it. He said count, not call. It's dangerous. Is he going to step into it, or can he get away from it? His last time bank. Such a good hand, heads up. He calls, and he's down to 2 outs, just a jack. If he doesn't hit a jack, we have our champion. And it is a Polish player in the Polish Poker Masters. A jack, no, 2 outs, just 2 outs for Millie. Not coming. That is it. That's the end of the tournament. We have Millie Bisa in second place for 11,200 euros. And Maciej wins the tournament with 17,700 plus all the bounties, obviously. There's still going to be bounty draw. Oh, you can see the 2,700 is still in. So there's still a chance for Maciej to also win that. And yeah, I think this is just fair that it is a Polish player winning the Polish Poker Masters. We do have some bounty draws. I'm not sure who's drawing. Oh yeah, it is Maciej. Now he also gets the 2,700. Come on. Oh, there's the gold record. The trophy. Mystery bounty is taking a while to load, it seems. All right, I guess that's it. It was nice commentating for you. My name is Christine Marschmann. Talk to you again next month. Bye.